We continue to track breaking news at 5:16 as Seattle police start to move into that chop zone. We have seen at least one protester being taken away, a couple others that appears being apprehended. I want to give you some additional information that just came in from Seattle police just moments ago. They say that because suspects in recent shootings may still be in this area and because numerous people in the area are in possession of firearms, Seattle police officers involved in this morning's response will be equipped with additional protective gear. We have seen them with some batons. We've also seen them with some firearms. We're watching right now as Seattle police try to take away one protester, obviously showing some resistance right there. Commanders have also issued a dispersal order. This also just coming in from Seattle police. That is in accordance with the mayor's emergency order that was issued just this morning, an executive order to clear out this CHOP area, the Cal Anderson Park area, and the area surrounding the East Precinct. All protesters being asked to leave this immediate area within 8 minutes, and that was tweeted just about 4 minutes ago. Seattle police reminding people that a safe exit is to the south and west. This is now, I believe, a third protester that I have seen on this live channel being taken away right now. So this is the third one that I've seen apprehended in some way by Seattle police, and I am keeping track as I keep my eyes on this live channel this morning, guys. But we're seeing another one sitting on the ground right now. Seattle police trying to remove that person as well. Let me go back through just what we know in this executive order that was essentially tweeted out about 14 minutes ago by Seattle police, just saying due to ongoing violence, public safety issues in this East Precinct, Cal Anderson Park area, Mayor Jenny Durkan issuing an executive order to vacate the area. Seattle police are in this area now enforcing this order. And because of the recent shootings, the acts of violence we've seen here with 2 people dead, a few others shot, commanders are now in protective gear with an additional resources, guys.
This really has been a showdown between demonstrators and the city and business owners. A lot of people wondering, when was this going to come to an end and how would that happen after it has gone on for so long and demonstrators have really dug their heels in? A lot of people wondering, is the city going to take action different from what we saw in Portland? Clearly, at least up until this point, is this the end of CHOP? It could be. This certainly is the largest force that we have seen in response by police. You almost wonder if there's some sort of a strategy here. Coming in very early, the first time that we saw people showing up was just about 5 a.m., maybe a couple minutes after 5. So we're only about 18 minutes into seeing people on the scene. But initially, they gave them roughly 15 minutes to kind of get out. And so far, we haven't seen any widespread violence. Can I say that? We haven't seen any violence, maybe
I've been seeing on the live channel right now. Just a few, we can definitely see tensions escalating between police and protesters. And we've seen, a few little skirmishes here and there, but nothing major that I've been able to spot on the live channel. This looks like it to be a 4th person now being taken away by Seattle police. And again, I am keeping track just as I watch on the live channel what we're seeing regarding the protesters and police right here.
Yeah, we're going to stay on this live picture too, just so we can show people the entirety of what's going on, including this person apparently getting apprehended right now.
And Holly and Kelly, as we enter July 1st today, this all began as we get a look at a bit of a timeline of how long this has been going on. It all began on May 29th and 30th with those peaceful protests in downtown Seattle that turned violent down in the Westlake area. We saw those car fires. We saw all that looting. The demonstrations then moved to the SPD's East Precinct, where we currently are showing right now during the first week of June. That's when we saw some clashes with protesters and the police. Police used tear gas and flashbangs to keep the demonstrators at the corner of 11th and Pine. Then on June 8th, police evacuated the precinct, marking the start of what's now known as the Capitol Hill occupied protest zone. It first began as Chaz. Now it is CHOP. That area was generally peaceful until, several weekends ago, where we had seen several shootings and 2 people were killed because of gunfire inside the CHOP. And then early this morning, kind of without warning, we just saw it on one of our live feeds with Holly, photographer Jim Jocelyn there, a massive police presence. This is the most police officers we've seen down in that area since those tensions began and just before the police evacuated the East Precinct station. But once again, we are now seeing that area being cleared out by the Seattle Police Department.
And as we mentioned earlier this morning, before police even showed up, we mentioned that the numbers were dwindling of the number of demonstrators. And just by these pictures, you can tell police, just in sheer numbers, have overwhelmed and outnumbered any of the demonstrators that may still be there. Of course, here comes another person being taken away. They named this an unlawful assembly, so similar to what we saw in Portland, not to keep bringing it up, but we saw there a very swift move in, overwhelming force by police, taking people out. And so far it seems that while they are escorting people away, it seems to be largely peaceful, though there is a little resistance we've seen here and there with a couple of the demonstrators.
But certainly nothing major. I think it's important to mention, too, as we do refer to Portland, you know, the situation in Portland was established overnight. This has been established now for several weeks. So police in Portland just had a different approach, it seemed like, from what we could see in conversation with our sister station. They really did not let anybody gather for a certain amount of time. They quickly declared unlawful assemblies, and they quickly moved in that one morning where we did see that they had set up outside the mayor of Portland's condo, and they basically said, you know, we're going to come in, you're going to be moved out. An unlawful assembly has been declared, and this is not going to be allowed. And so they came in and moved out. We're seeing one more person, it looks like, being apprehended by police and taken away. Don't know sure if arrests are being made at this moment, or if they're just being taken away. So we don't know.
Seattle police actually just tweeted within the last minute. I'll read you their tweet verbatim. They say police on scene continue to issue dispersal orders. Officers have made approximately 10 arrests at this time. Anyone who is seeking to exit the area can still do so toward the south, toward Pike Street. So within the last 20 minutes now, about 10 arrests, and that was a minute ago, and just in the last minute, we've seen several people be escorted away, so we would not be surprised to see that going up. If you are just joining us, want to give you kind of an update of what we are seeing here as this person gets taken away. It's apparently taking several officers. This person seems to be not cooperating 100%, but just about 5 o'clock this morning, we learned that due to the ongoing violence, public safety issues, this from Seattle Police, the East Precinct, Mayor Jenny Durkan issued that executive order to vacate the area. They set a pretty immediate timeline on that as well. They said they were going to start moving in within several minutes, and the sheer number of cops here moved in, and that's what they have done so far.
And go ahead, Holly, please.
Oh, no, I was just saying, we are seeing police, you know, with a few more resources than we have seen in recent weeks here. We do see them armed with batons. They also are carrying their firearms with them, and that's because we've had, according to Seattle Police, we've had a string of violence here. We've had 2 people killed, and they believe that the suspects in those situations could still be in here and could still be armed. So police are there, according to Seattle Police, you know, with their firearms.
And when you talk about this presence, remember last week that the city of Seattle actually moved in on Friday looking to dismantle the CHOP. So we saw several SDOT crews move into the area with those big semis, and they were trying to maneuver those barricades and also that backhoe. And we also saw one of the protesters laying down in front of the bulldozer. That was on Friday. And then SDOT and those city crews, they basically retreated because of that resistance. Then we also saw yesterday they began moving some of the outside barriers, but then the protesters moved those dumpsters and some couches and some other debris to once again block that area. Then this happening, of course, this morning at 5 o'clock this morning, the Seattle PD, as you can see right here, a huge sign of force, a massive presence going in there with batons. You see the bike officers there clearing out that CHOP area. You look behind them right now where all those barricades are. You don't see any of the protesters there anymore.
No, and let's also keep in mind that on Monday we had that deadly shooting that happened, and at least according to Seattle Police, they do not have any suspects in that case so far. So part of their justification for moving in this morning, at least 19 minutes ago, they said that because of suspects in recent shootings may still be in the area, and because numerous people in the area are in possession of firearms, Seattle police officers involved in this morning's response will be equipped with additional protective gear.
Yeah,
so that's exactly why we're seeing them suited the way that they are.
It looks like we did just see a car drive into that CHOP zone. Seattle Police with a laser quickly basically communicating to it to turn away and turn around and exit that area, and that's what that vehicle did. We see the Seattle Police van moving in right now, and again, we're seeing several armored vehicles out there, several police in their tactical gear as as well. We do have the executive order from the mayor, Jenny Durkin. I'm just going to read you a little bit of this executive order while we continue to watch this live channel and we continue to watch Seattle police move into that chop zone and break up those protesters and that area that has turned into what we're seeing right now on the live channel. The executive order basically saying that the purpose of this is to direct departments to coordinate the city's response to observed and reported life safety, public health, and property issues in and around the East Precinct and Cal Anderson Park. It mentions the killing of George Floyd by a police officer in Minneapolis on May 25th, 2020 has generated anger and outrage across the U.S., resulting in mass demonstrations. And the city saying it supports the people's right to lawfully assemble, guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the state of Washington. But then it says, due to the current state of emergency and the governor's stay home, stay healthy order, the city was unable to issue a parade and or demonstration permits to groups who wish to lawfully assemble to voice their opinions and plans to escort parades and otherwise assist in the safe and lawful right of speech and assembly. And the city recognizes that parades and demonstrations which will travel upon public streets and sidewalks will disrupt and impair pedestrians, motorists, and transit. And the city recognizes that some disruption is part of the right of free speech and lawful assembly, which the city will safeguard, and also says much of the expression has been peaceful and created community solidarity for Black Lives Matter, including features such as community gardens, public art, and a conversation corner. But to the date, the city departments have more than reasonably accommodated protesters by offering services and shelter. The city is saying that it spent weeks on voluntary efforts to urge people to leave that Cal Anderson Park area, given the emerging circumstances and recent shootings. And that's just the first part of that executive order this morning.
We've had our camera right here that you've been looking at. This is at 10th and Pine. Jim behind the camera there, giving us this view. We're going to be giving you a couple more angles just as soon as we kind of get in place. Air Force at least hoping to be over the scene here to kind of give you a bird's eye view of what the layout of the land kind of looks like. And then Commosley Stoll is actually going to be there as well. She's on her way to the scene to kind of check out what's happening. We've had our crews at a safe distance, so it takes them just a quick second to get there. But we do want to give you just comprehensive coverage of what so far appears, in my opinion, to be a very swift move in, and so far arrest 10 demonstrators. That was at least the latest number we got maybe 10 minutes ago now.
Yeah, and we talked about the reason why they're going in. We had talked about the violence that has happened down in the CHOP area, including the latest shooting where a 16-year-old was killed. Also, a 14-year-old is still recovering at a Harborview Medical Center. A total of 6 people killed or injured in shootings at or near the CHOP. That has happened in the past 2 weeks. On June 20th, a 19-year-old Lorenzo Anderson died, and another man was hurt. The next day, a 17-year-old was shot and injured near Cal Anderson Park. Also happening last week, a man was shot in the leg. That happened near 11th and Denning.
All right, we mentioned Lee Stoll just moments ago. Should we now have her? Lee, why can't you just kind of walk us through what you're seeing right now?
Right, is what I'm saying. Yeah, good morning, guys. We're actually here at the corner of 10th and Pine with our photographer who's been giving you those great shots of what's been going on. I just met Deborah, who was leaving that area. Her tent, she said, is along the front line up there. So, Deborah, you were just telling me what basically happened this morning.
A lot of chaos. You hear many, many voices. But then I heard on the megaphone it's going to either be the police or the National Guard. So that's when I started saying, okay, it's time to get up. Somebody said 3 minutes. So I just picked up my bicycle bags and, obeyed.
Okay.
But there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of disorder and chaos in there.
So how many people are still up in that area, and what's your sense about whether or not they are ready to leave?
I would say most of them are not going to leave. The only one that I heard besides me, because I said that's not my role. I'm not going to fight against anybody. I'm a missionary of encouragement. I'm here to help de-escalate and put in another route. But the art historian said the same thing. That's not what I'm about, and I'm not going to do the fighting. So, but everybody else, as far as I know, they're up there. They're ready to, fight for what they believe, in, and so.
And you've been up here for, as you mentioned, a couple of weeks.
Well,
what has it been like?
Okay, you lose track of time, so do you want me to tell you why I came, or do you want them to?
You were mentioning that you were up here to try and get a bike fixed, but then you were actually saying you were here specifically up in CHOP. Not that that was your destination, but you've been here for 3 weeks. Just kind of describe what it's been like during that time.
Okay. All I was going to say is the fact that I had heard on Fox that they said they couldn't get anybody to come, even locals, to tell the truth. And so I made it my destination the next day. I thought, well, I'm not afraid to speak the truth. So that's why I came. I wanted to see, and I actually ran into a couple of locals that live here that are infuriated. They're like, we pay taxes. And on it goes. They wanted to know why these people are out here. They were all mad. I said, well, instead of staying mad, I said, why don't we go around and ask them, why are you here? Well, one of them wants to grow and have goats out there in one of the gardens. I mean, they want to live out there. That's what some of their intentions are.
It's changed, but you were even showing me, I looked at your hand this morning, you had some blood on your finger, unfortunately. So it sounds like it was pretty quick that you needed to get out this morning.
Yeah, they gave 3 minutes, but it's not like they probably haven't warned before. I mean, I'm sure that they've had notices before that we're coming. I heard last night, and I was like, okay, bring it on, because I asked. They said Trump was coming. So I said, the only reason why I've heard that he said he would come is because the mayor and the governor are allowing this to happen, and they won't stop it. So he would have no choice but to come. He's over them. But anyhow, I didn't see Trump. Yeah. But anyway.
But it was pretty quick this morning that you had to...
3 minutes or less, yes.
Okay.
But then they extended it. Then it went to 5 minutes, But I fell, because you're at a little bit of a lean, I fell. That's the only thing that... There wasn't anything they did.
Okay. Are you surprised that it came to this point? There have, like you said, been some postings, some mentions, some words over the last couple of days, at least letting people know they wanted to start reducing the size of CHOP and to have people leave.
No, I'm not surprised at all. I've been interviewed by many people out here from all over the country, and these people are fully intended. They're not going to leave that precinct. Okay. And the only reason why I was up there, and I'm not in anybody's way, but the only reason why I was up there is because I was told I would be safer. But there's another camera crew that went to Minneapolis, and they said this here is far worse than Minneapolis ever was.
All right, and we've been hearing also, just to let people know, Deborah, thank you so much, and that you are here with your belongings. Just want to let you know, just really quickly, to show you where we are, 10th and Pine, again, the safe exit, and Deborah was talking about that we've been hearing from officers, even tweeting out, coming to the south end over on Pike. That is the safe way to come out, but as you see from where we are, not really seeing any movement of people heading our way. And again, we are on the south end of where you see those officers standing right now.
Yeah, so
back to you.
Police kind of holding their line right there. We are hearing, at least, we hope to give you another vantage point, hopefully, when we get Air Fora. But Seattle police are saying that individuals are upending some honey buckets along 12th Avenue. They are reiterating that anyone who remains in the area, or even anyone who has left and then returns to the area, is subject to arrest. We also have Chief Best's statement, the first we are hearing from her this morning on the enforcement of Mayor Durkan's executive order. Holly?
Yeah, Kelly, we're going to just leave up this live shot so you can see the activity and what's happening on Jim Jocelyn's live shot right now. But I'm going to read what Chief Best said this morning. Also, we should mention, too, our latest information from Seattle Police is that 10 arrests have been made. When that changes, if it does, we'll certainly bring you an update on that, too. Here's what Chief Carmen Best said earlier this morning. She says, now, remind you, too, that Mayor Jenny Durkan did issue this executive order to move into this CHOP zone this morning. And Chief Best says this order and our police response comes after weeks of violence in and around the Capitol Hill occupied protest zone, including 4 shootings resulting in multiple injuries and the deaths of 2 teenagers. Chief Best says, as I have said, and I will say again, I support peaceful demonstrations. She says, Black Lives Matter, and I, too, want to help propel this movement toward meaningful change in our community. But then she says this, and she's said this quite frequently, enough is enough. The CHOP has become lawless and brutal. She says 4 shootings, 2 fatal, robberies, assaults, violence, and countless property crimes have occurred in this several block area. She says, my job and the job of our officers is to protect and serve our community. She says this is not an end to our department's engagement with demonstrators. She says we must continue our efforts to build trust and redefine our roles as guardians in our city. 2 different shots to bring you right now, as you can see on these live channels. She says, I'll continue to work with the Community Police Commission, the Office of Police Accountability, and several other agencies to continuing meaningful dialogue about re-envisioning public safety in our community. We did just get an update in. There's now been 13 arrests as of 5:30 this morning. 13 arrests as Seattle police move in to that chop zone.
Yeah, and that's just at 12th and Pike. We did hear about some other activity happening in other areas, so hopefully we'll get some numbers on that.
So just to recap you right now, you are looking at a live look right now in downtown, or should I say the Capitol Hill neighborhood of Seattle. You can see a very large police presence now walking down Pine Street. This is the area surrounding the East Precinct Station that the city of Seattle gave up to protesters about a month ago. That is the occupied zone in that area and in that neighborhood. Those protesters and demonstrators of the Black Lives Movement, which started for that cause, began surrounding that East Precinct Station at the beginning of June. Once again, after the city of Seattle vacated the East Precinct Station. Earlier this week, Chief Carmen Best, and you had mentioned, Holly, some comments from Chief Best just earlier in the show. She had mentioned earlier this week that the chop zone needed to end and that they needed to regain the East Precinct Station. At that time, we did not have a timeline on how this would happen. Well, now we're finding out this morning, about 5 a.m. this morning, a massive police presence coming in from the Seattle Police Department, moving into that chop zone. See where those barriers and those tents are all located. That's where the protesters and demonstrators had been set up. All that has been cleared out now. None of those protesters are there. Several arrests were made. At last count, 13 arrests. As once again, this happening this morning around 5 a.m. They gave the protesters an 8-minute time call. That was till 5:15 a.m. to clear that area. And then the Seattle Police Department did move in, clearing out that area. Looks like they now have a perimeter around that East Precinct area to secure this area from additional protesters or anyone from else from moving in. But once again, a massive police presence happening right now. This is in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. The chop zone has now been taken down. Police looking to retake the East Precinct.
Yeah, we know, as we've been mentioning, 13 arrests have been made. I do want to make a mention, too, that from what we've seen on our live channels, we've seen tensions escalate. We've seen a few skirmishes between police and protesters. But about 24 minutes ago, Seattle police did tweet out that an armed group was approaching officers at 12th Avenue. Police continue to give continuous orders to disperse while continuing to provide a safe exit from the area to the south. That's according to a tweet from Seattle police this morning.
All right, again, you are getting a live look right now for about the last half hour. We have seen police come into the area. It's become known as CHOP lately. And with such a heavy police response, you can only understand that several roads in the area are probably closed off here. And for that, let's get over to the expert, Paris. Do you know just how big of an area this is covering in the Capitol Hill area?
It sounds like it's about 6 blocks or so, and could be a little bit smaller than that. But at least what we do know, there are several restrictions. So there are street closures. So if you're going to be traveling through that area, the restrictions are at Pine in both directions from Broadway to 13th Avenue and nearby streets. So there are other streets aside from the ones that we're showing you here that are listed where you do need to avoid. As we've mentioned, SPD has issued that dispersal order via the mayor's executive order. So protesters are being instructed to leave southbound on 12th Avenue. And then we're also keeping a close eye on the freeway not too far from that area, not seeing any activity there. But nonetheless, that chop zone, definitely a lot of activity happening. So that surrounding area, there are several restrictions. You just want to completely avoid the area in the meantime, as we're going to continue to watch this live coverage there.
And let's once again get a live look at that police activity. This is in the chop zone in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. Our photographer, Jim Jocelyn, just to give you an idea, he's probably about 3 or 4 blocks away. He's staged at 10th and Pine, just on the south end of Cal Anderson Park. Up the street, that is where the East Precinct Station is, and that's where the chop zone was staged and that occupied zone was set up. And then right now we want to take another live look. This is from another camera in the Capitol Hill area. This is Lee Stoll's camera. This is our photographer, Louie. You can see several cars are now moving into the chop zone. They're now making their way up Pine. Not sure what these cars are involved with. It looks like they are with Seattle Police.
Yes.
As they move into that area, and maybe some support staff as they begin to once again clear out some of those barricades and barriers and start moving some of those tents and debris in that area.
Let's just paint a different picture of just how different this view is right now to what we've just seen in the previous days, where the CHOP, as it has been known, was essentially police-free, and people had kept it that way other than coming in and investigating that murder that happened on Monday. And they've made it very clear they were there just to investigate and then get out as fast as they can. And now you have police infiltrating that area, and really it appears they have taken control. We know that there have been issues with police response times because they couldn't get in and out of that area for the last several weeks. And this just appears to be such a drastic change, where somewhere where police have not been, to now see so many right there, right in the heart of the CHOP. Officers today, if you're looking at these pictures and wondering why police are holding batons and they really appear to be dressed to the nines in terms of their protective gear and riot gear even, they say they're wearing that not only because of the outstanding suspects, at least that happened with Monday's homicide, but they say, according to Seattle police, that several people inside the CHOP are known to be armed and have firearms associated with shootings, homicides, robberies, assaults, other violent crimes. So that's why they are dressed like this, holding their batons. They have their shields on and everything. So that's why you're seeing this, though we haven't seen any widespread rioting by any means or extreme violence.
And Kelly, it's speaking to that violence, is kind of give you a breakdown what has happened in the CHOP zone since protesters took over in early June. This has been going on for at least a month, and we've had at least 4 shootings in that area, including early Monday morning where 2 teenagers were shot, a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old. Unfortunately, that 16-year-old did pass away. The 14-year-old still recovering at Harborview Medical Center. So it is a total of 6 people who have been killed or injured in those shootings at or near the CHOP. That has happened in the past 2 weeks. Now we go back to June 20th. 19-year-old Lorenzo Anderson. He was the first person shot and killed and died in the CHOP zone. Another man was also hurt during that shooting. That was a double shooting that day. The next day, a 17-year-old shot injured near Cal Anderson Park. And then last Tuesday, a man was shot in the leg near 11th and Denny Way. We have one of our reporters down in that area right now as you get a live look at Air 4 looking over that area. But let's check in with Lee Stolzel. Lee, what are you seeing right now? What is the feeling down in Capitol Hill?
We're at the corner of Pike and 10th right now, very close to our photographer who's been giving you those other angles of what we're looking at right now. But I want to show you where officers do have the road blocked off. This is at Pike and 10th down here. This is where you saw that those vehicles coming in just a couple of minutes ago from the police department. It looks like they are, if we swing the camera now over, take a look, Louis, up this way. It looks like they are taking out some equipment out of that white truck that we saw drive up. It looks like some of their shields that they have. Some people are running around telling people, if you live nearby, if you're in an apartment, close your windows. If you have AC, run it. If you have a gas mask, put it on. Just several people running around telling people to do that. Not a lot of activity right now where we are. We're not seeing anyone come toward us. This is supposed to be the safe direction people are supposed to be heading, in the south end of what we're seeing right now. This is the south end. This is where police are telling people to head out of the area if they're up there. Cal Anderson Park is, by the way, to the left of us. And Louis, you might be able to swing the camera over just a little bit to show people that the park itself was cleared out yesterday, but Deborah, one of the women we were talking to who'd been here for a couple of weeks, told us, and you can see off in the distance there are still plenty of tents on that part of Cal Anderson Park. The police, again, just up the road here, about 2 blocks from where those tents are. And Deborah saying a lot of people who are still here are ready and planning to stay here and not leave. We haven't heard anything on the loudspeaker from officers since we have been here. But again, it looks like they've brought in some more equipment since we've been here just over the last couple of minutes. In that white truck you see on the corner there, it looks like they are unloading some equipment, including those shields that the officers usually carry. Back to you.
All right, Lee, thank you. As we continue with our live pictures right here, we want to get over to Holly. I know you're giving us a bird's eye view, and you have been covering the CHOP we all have right here on KOMO Morning News for the last several weeks. How does it look different to you this morning than what you've seen just over the last couple days?
Well, right now we are certainly seeing an increased police response, which we just have not seen. I mean, we see police, it appears to be on a mission. They're there to, from what we understand, break up the situation that's there and to take back their East Precinct. We know this is something they wanted to do. Here's this live look from Air 4 coming in on one of our live channels. You can see the East Precinct right here, and take a look at the aerial view. You can see the camp out that has essentially been the CHOP zone for quite some time. We see Seattle bicycle police right here moving into this area. They were up the street just moments ago. They did have a few interactions with protesters. It appeared to be a few more protesters being apprehended or being arrested at that moment. But just take a look at the camp out that is surrounding that East Precinct building. Seattle police also saying anyone who remains in the area or returns to the area is subject to arrest. This is their warning that the mayor issued an executive order this morning telling those folks in that Cal Anderson Park, that East Precinct area, it is time to move out. If you don't move out, Seattle police could arrest you. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out on our live channels this morning. We're showing this to you in real time right now. Here's another look to bring you right now this morning. It looks like our Air Force shot is kind of going in and out a little bit, but here is another live look from the ground to show you. It appears if you look beyond that, those tents right there, there might be a bit of a face-off between police and protesters. Certainly this is something we expected to see as protesters have really dug in their heels to stay in that CHOP zone. Seattle police, though, moving in this morning, ready to break up the situation that's developed over the last couple of weeks and get back to their East Precinct. We know, again, this is something that they've wanted to do.
Yeah, and when you get this Air 4 look that we just saw momentarily, and we can take a look again, whatever you'd like, but as you get in kind of closely there, I mean, police have it surrounded, and I don't see anyone still in that immediate area. I don't see any movement of anyone.
It looks pretty vacated.
Which really was kind of their hub where these people were at. It seems that police have gone in, taken swift action, taken control of the situation so far, and we know they've made so far at least 13 arrests. I'm sure that number has gone up just over the last 20 minutes or so, but quite a difference that just a couple of minutes makes.
And just so people have an idea of what they're looking at right now, those are the barricades. That is along 10, I believe, is it Pine or Pike on 12th Street, and that is the building right there is the East Precinct Station. So you see all those barricades that were set up by the protesters, or where they moved those around that were brought in by the city to actually protect the demonstrators. Yesterday, once again, some of those barricades were beginning to get moved out by SDOT crews, but those were on the fringe. This is the first time we've actually seen members of the city of Seattle go into the protest zone and into the CHOP zone. As you can see, the number of police officers right there. You had mentioned that most of that had been cleared out. If we go back to Jim Jocelyn's shot, it looked like there was another person that was getting arrested. So earlier we were reporting up to 13 people arrested. Those are the demonstrators that refused to leave, but I'm sure that number is going to slowly go up as we continue this morning.
Wow, that is a lot of officers.
Look at that.
And you can certainly, I mean, like we were saying, how does this look different than what we've seen over the last couple mornings, last couple weeks? I mean, these officers are on a mission. And also, too, we've said that Seattle Police has let us know that officers today, they are wearing a higher level of protective gear. Kelly mentioned that a little bit earlier. They're utilizing this equipment because the folks there associated with the CHOP are known to be armed and dangerous, according to Seattle Police, and they may be associated with shootings, homicides, robberies, assaults, and other violent crimes. We've been bringing you those shootings that have mostly taken place overnight into our morning show, where we've been breaking that during our morning show, including this most recent one that just happened Monday morning.
And we know there have been increased tensions between the city, residents, and the police chief, who just on Monday in a press conference following that deadly shooting that happened right near Cal Anderson Park in the CHOP zone, the police chief said enough is enough, and she reiterated that in a statement that she released just this morning. I'll read another part of that to you as well. She said the CHOP has become lawless and brutal. 4 shootings, 2 fatal, robberies, assaults, violence, and countless property crimes have occurred in this several block area. My job and the job of our officers is to protect and serve our community. This is not an end to our department's engagement with demonstrators. We must continue continue our efforts to build trust and redefine our roles as guardians in our city. The thing that comes up next, you have to wonder, is that demonstrators had their list of demands, which included defunding the police, and they had several of those demands that they've kind of listed out over the last several days. We're hoping a little bit later to speak with KOMO's Matt Markovich, who has really been following this very closely, and hopefully he can dig into that of maybe what these next steps are. If the police chief saying this is not the end of their engagement, then what do those next steps look like now that it appears CHOP may be coming to an end?
And speaking of Chief Best, we do remember on Monday she went down to the Capitol Hill area and into the CHOP zone after that latest double shooting where the 16 and 14-year-old teenager were shot. These are some of the things that she said at that time. This was on Monday, asking people to leave the area for the safety of the people. Says, quote, "It was not safe for anyone to be here." And when asked what was the plan to return to the East Precinct, this was her answer on Monday. Chief Best saying, "We're working on that, focused mostly on doing it peacefully. We're not going to telegraph our plan. We'll let you know when we decide to go back." Best also repeating that the neighborhood was under siege, once again referring to the violence and the 6 people who were either shot or killed in that area. Of course, 2 people did pass away from gunshot wounds because of gunfire within the CHOP.
Seattle police also very active on Twitter this morning, I think, in coming out and saying why they're doing this now. The latest tweet they just released saying some of the violence in and armed individuals in the CHOP have been captured by open source video recorded in the area. And they released that, which kind of shows some of the things that they say is justifying the violence and the armed people, which is why they've responded so heavily in some of their armored gear.
And Kelly, we should probably just let people know, I did just personally view that video. We're not going to show that to you at this time. It's too graphic. The language is too graphic. But let's take you back live now and show you this live look from Air 4 this morning. And you can continue to see those police officers holding their ground. You can see that they've essentially formed, it looks like L right here, and it could actually be a little more broad, but just because the building's in the way, I can't see all the way. But you can see that they formed their lines, certainly holding their ground. There's a couple additional police vehicles in that area too, as they continue to make arrests in the CHOP zone this morning and break up essentially what they're calling a bit of an unlawful assembly that's gathered there for the last couple of weeks. Again, it's something similar that we saw in Portland. However, Portland's was very short-lived compared to Seattle's situation that's been going on for several weeks. In Portland, we saw protesters essentially set up in one night. Portland police declaring it an unlawful assembly, moving in within, giving them a 15-minute warning, moving in, breaking up their essential autonomous zone is what they had labeled it, breaking it up and removing those protesters within just a matter of minutes. So here's another ground shot right now to show you additional police officers getting there, getting set up, also going to help their fellow officers move in and do what they need to do to fulfill the mayor's executive order, which was just issued. What time was that, guys? Just right after 5 o'clock this morning, right at 5 this morning. And as we've mentioned too, you know, Chief Best saying she wasn't going to say the exact plan until it was happening. And that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, this has been going on for about 50 minutes right now. We saw the police departments begin mobilizing at 5 o'clock this morning. And it's not just been the violence and the shootings that had concerned Carmen Best and the chief of the Seattle PD. She had also mentioned that response times had tripled in that area since the East Precinct was evacuated for that area. So that means any calls of emergencies and 911 calls in the Capitol Hill area were not getting responded to, or police were having difficulty responding to those calls. Also, we had counted a number of burglaries in that area, especially those businesses that were just outside or inside the CHOP and that Chaz zone as the protesters took over that area. So once again, giving you a live look from Air 4, this is the area where around the East Precinct Station, police, once again, with a huge police presence early this morning, coming in around 5 o'clock this morning, storming in, arresting several demonstrators and protesters who refused to leave. They gave those demonstrators and protesters a 5:15 timeline to vacate the area. A few did stay by and stand and dug in their heels, but 13 at least were arrested earlier this morning.
Yeah, we know at least 13 arrests. Some people have resisted a bit. We've seen several people taken into custody there. Starting at about 5 o'clock was when they moved in with the loudspeakers and started telling people, hey, hey, we're coming in. If you stay in this area, you will be arrested. Then we learned if people return to the area, they will be arrested too. So police coming in and saying, this is our space now. You've had it for a while, and really taking back the area surrounding their East Precinct, as police, at least Chief Carmen Best has said, was something she wanted to do for a while now.
And really, yes, exactly. And, we should mention, too, that community leaders and neighbors have wanted to see this happen for quite some time. Earlier this week, we had an interview with Not This Time founder Andre Taylor saying the occupation here has become ineffective because of the agitator mentality and the violence that led to 19-year-old Lorenzo Anderson's murder. Taylor saying, going on to say that had been going to CHOP to talk to the protesters, hoping that they see CHOP as an idea that can be taken around the world, not a location. He even went back with pastors this week, and that did not go as planned. But we've been seeing this rallying call from community leaders, members of the Black community, and neighbors saying, okay, enough is enough here. This is not what the intended goal was to be in the beginning.
Yeah, and speaking of Andre Taylor, he was saying he believed the message of the original protests in the occupied zone had been lost in wake of the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police custody. A lot of people from the Black Lives Matter movement area believe that their message had been co-opted. Andre Taylor, we reported yesterday, did enter the CHOP zone, was met with emotional pushback that escalated very quickly, and basically was asked to leave. He was told, people from the CHOP zone were told the Como News that Andre Taylor does not speak for the CHOP. But as we get another look once again from our photographer, Jim Jocelyn, on the ground, just to give you an idea, he is situated down the street about 3 blocks away, just in front of Cal Anderson Park. That is down the street from the East Precinct Station, but a massive response of police officers. In fact, I think we've seen even more police officers since when they first took over at 5 o'clock this morning, coming in at 5, telling people to leave by 5:15 this morning, making several arrests. They now have the East Precinct surrounded with several police officers right there, armed with their vehicles and batons, and a lot of them in their riot gear right now.
Yeah, it would also be helpful maybe if we could check back in with one of our reporters, who are checking out the scene right now to get a handle on maybe an estimate on how many officers they see or what the feeling is, because that has changed significantly.
And I do want to point out, though, we should make this, mention this, that okay, we should mention that real quick, even though we're seeing this large presence of police officers and we've seen several arrests, so far it appears this has remained fairly peaceful. We now want to check in with one of our reporters, Matt Markovich. And Matt, you've been covering the CHOP zone and the situation with the demonstrators and protests from the very beginning. What are you seeing right now?
Well, what you're seeing is that the police are doing what they had planned to do, which was set up a perimeter surrounding the East Precinct. What is hearing mixed minus, by the way, the police have surrounded the precinct at Pike and 11th and 12th and Pine. The protesters were moved out to Pike Street that were staying in front of the East Precinct. This stems from an order that Mayor Durkan gave at 2 a.m. this morning to remove the people, and in a Twitter post by SPD, the show of force, they're rationalizing the show of force because of the armed, some people inside CHOP that are armed. And I can verify that. There are security forces there led by a guy named Two Clip Rick. They are armed, and they are showing their weapons in their pants, and they have made no bones about that. So the police are showing this extra force, according to this Twitter posting from SPD, because of these armed protesters in front of the East Precinct. It took about a half hour to take over the East Precinct for all these days now, and I think what you're seeing is going to be a standoff, maybe possibly at 11th and Pike, where there's a new line of bike cops, and whether or not they're going to allow people walking into the CHOP, just general pedestrians. That's going to be the next question for the next hour or so, what kind of pedestrian access they're going to give to people. But this has been a long time coming. And I think the first precursor of a sign of that was when they tried to remove the cement barricades a couple of days ago and failed. That would have made it easier to move into the CHOP, but the SDOT was unable to do so. And so now you're seeing this thing that people had thought it would always happen around 5 in the morning because there was a low turnout of protesters there at any time. At that time of day.
And we're speaking right now to KOMO's Matt Markovich. And Matt, one real quick question. What is the reason for the timing of this happening today? Why today?
I don't know the exact rationale behind that, but in talking with the city and the mayor's office almost on a daily basis, we ask them every single day, what's going to change in CHOP? What's going to change in CHOP? And we've been not getting a direct answer other than they want to allow peaceful protests. I think what really stimulated this today was the shooting early Monday morning of 2 teenagers, especially, the fact that they were teenagers. And there's conflicting reports on who shot them. It could have been CHOP security or was a car chasing them. But the fact that more violence has taken place in CHOP, I think finally the mayor gave the order at 2 a.m., which I find is interesting that the mayor is clearly given the order to do this early this morning, but we still don't know who officially gave the order to abandon the precinct. So that's why you're seeing it happen today.
And Matt, I have one more question. You mentioned the immediate thing that we're watching is see if there's any kind of showdown with any remaining demonstrators. What do you think in the next couple days? What are the next couple of things that we're looking at here?
I think, the next immediate future is just personal access to the CHOP. And whether or not there'll be another perimeter line, because as people wake up and start hearing about this, we expect the Black Lives Matter community groups to show up there of all sides, the ones, the Andre Taylors that you're talking about, as well as sort of more of the radical elements of the Black Lives Matter movement. Not so much the Black Lives Matter group themselves. They've kind of divorced themselves from this CHOP. It's going to be the immediate access to the area for residents and businesses. What are police going to do about that? That's what I'm real curious about. And then in the long term, maybe later tonight, who's going to show up? Who's going to show up and protest that this has been disbanded?
Okay, we'll keep close eyes on that. Holly has one quick question for Matt.
Matt, can you hear me? Just in your reporting, do we know how many protesters are left in that CHOP zone from your reporting? What have you been able to gather in terms of the numbers of protesters left there now?
Well, that's why we thought that it was always going to be early in the morning if this was going to happen, because there's roughly about 20 tents that are surrounding the East Precinct. What had happened over the last few days is that CHOP had consolidated in two areas. Tents and people staying overnight right by the East Precinct, and there are about 20 tents there. Maybe about 20 people, that's all, or 15 people spending the night there. And then you have an tent encampment at Cal Anderson Park where there's about 40, 50 tents. And they're kind of separate from the CHOP. They're mostly made up of homeless, and some demonstrators have been staying there. But it's full-on separate from the CHOP zone, I should say the CHOP protest area in front of the precinct. So at 5 a.m., you're only going to have about 15, 20 people there, max. And so that would be the perfect time for the police to do exactly what they were going to do. This is what we thought they would do, and what we thought. And what protesters thought they would do has actually happened.
All right, well, thank you very much, KOMO's Matt Markovich. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on this morning. As he mentioned, maybe 15 protesters were in that area during that 5 a.m. hour. We counted at least 13 protesters under arrest. In the meantime, let's go back to KOMO's Lee Stoll, who is on the ground in front of the area where those protesters have been moved out, and the police are now staging. Lee, what are you seeing? What are you feeling out there?
Yeah, just a couple of minutes ago, that was the first time we had seen some people passing this kind of, the white sign in the middle of the road that has kind of been symbolic of the border of CHOP here at 10th and Pine for a couple of weeks now. We saw some people walking past. That was your question. Are pedestrians being blocked now from going into that area? They walked up to a certain point, and pretty quickly those officers moved a bit forward to the intersection there that you can see and told them to start backing up, backing away, and they did, and that was the end of that kind of meeting between the police and those few people, just a couple of people who were walking towards them. We've seen some cars come in rather quickly at the intersection where we are. This is kind of the cutoff point, and as far as the vehicles are allowed to go, some people coming in here saying, I can't get into a building, I can't get up to some of the areas that are now blocked off from where those police are. Just a block south of us on Pike, I can tell you we can see patrol cars are there as well, blocking the intersection. So it looks like you're not able to make it up the street from that point too. We're seeing some more people starting to just kind of walk around. We haven't seen anyone from the other side of Cal Anderson Park. Matt mentioning that there are about 50 tents out in that area. No one from over there coming over here to where we are with these officers. Most of Cal Anderson Park, the front section of it at least, cleared out completely, and a lot of those, as you saw, those concrete barriers have been cleaned out. We've also been watching officers up the street beyond that line that you see that they have formed. They have been going through the area where those tents, about those 20 tents or so that Matt was estimating that are still around the East Precinct, going through some of the areas up there. Again, remember, they are handling several investigations right now as well for rape, assault, burglary, and those 2 fatal shootings as well. So they seem to be going through some of the materials that are still strewn about outside the East Precinct, almost a second kind of perimeter around the precinct itself. You have the officers, and then inside that you have the more defined border that the remaining protesters set up after those concrete barriers were moved out, after we were hearing even yesterday a lot of the protesters had left, that they were condensing those who were left to really surround the East Precinct and come to that point, saying even their own CHOP security teams weren't going to be patrolling anymore in Cal Anderson Park. They were all going to basically be focused around the East Precinct. So this is where we're seeing everything converge. The remainder of the majority of the protesters, they are set up there. That's why you see so many tents. That's why you see the plywood and the other signs that are up there too. A lot of that has been moved in to surround the East Precinct here on Pine, really in just the last 24 hours or so, even more than it had been over the last couple of weeks. So really no one at the south end where we are. Again, this is the direction police had been telling people, had been tweeting out that if you were in the area and you needed to get out, head this direction. We aren't seeing that, and even farther up, just east of the precinct, we see that there are more officers standing up at that point blocking the intersection, but that's up where the fire department is, and we're not seeing anyone up there as well beyond the officers who are just holding that line at that other intersection.
And Lee, just
so it's pretty quiet where we are right now, at least. Back to you.
Lee, if you can just stay with me for just 1 second, but I do want to have, if our photographer Jim Jocelyn could push into the area. We did notice that the police officers did have a canine out there searching the tent areas. We're not exactly what they were searching for, but definitely going through that area, searching for some type of evidence. But my question to you is, now that a lot of the protesters and demonstrators have been moved out, what kind of crowd is now gathering outside the perimeter where you're standing?
Well, that's what really, we have no one who has been standing around us. If you were with us just after 5 o'clock this morning, we spoke to Deborah, who was in one of those tents, and she came out, and she really was the only person we saw when we got here. And since we've been here now for about 40 minutes or so, there is really no one else who is standing with us beyond other media at Pine and about 10th. No one else is on the street. We've had a couple of people come by, as I mentioned before, yelling, saying if you have an apartment in the area, close your windows, run your AC, put your gas mask on. We don't see any need for any of that right now, any indication anything is going to happen. We hear some yelling up on the police line. We can't really make out what they're saying, but it doesn't seem to be directed at anyone in particular or any threat that they're dealing with right now. So the road, as you see, leading up to us is, as maybe as a shot we kind of pull out just a little bit to show you as far as we are. It really gives you a sense of what we're seeing out here is at least there really is no one else out here right now. We've had a couple of people come by, but really that's it.
Yeah, we were watching officers literally comb through some of those tents earlier, appearing like they're just going to take some of that down. We see a lot of larger vehicles pull up, so you just wonder, is this when they dismantle the CHOP and clear everything out? Holly, you are watching some things at Live Desk. What do you have for
let's
us?
take a look at Air 4's shot coming in right now. This is in the Pike area, and you can see right here by this live channel that we have some bicycle officers. They formed a line right here. They're reinforced by a couple officers behind them. We are seeing a small crowd gathering right here. Not many, not sure if they're demonstrators, not sure if they're just passing by. I'm seeing a couple, it looks like, interactions between these folks and police officers this morning. But we know from checking with Matt Markovich that Seattle police had lined up right along Pike right here, not letting anybody in. And that could include, and does, pedestrian traffic this morning. Let's take you back to when all this started playing out right around 5 o'clock this morning. Seattle police tweeting out the mayor's executive order saying this due to ongoing violence and public safety issues in the East Precinct, Cal Anderson Park area. Mayor Jenny Durkan issuing an executive order to vacate that area. Seattle police then tweeting out that they're going to be in that area enforcing the mayor's order, and that's what we've seen play out on our live channels this morning as we brought you this live coverage. Seattle police also said since demonstrations at the East Precinct area began on June 8th, 2 teenagers have been killed, 3 people have been seriously hurt during late night shootings. Police have also documented robberies, assaults, and other violent crimes. We do know that police are in more tactical gear this morning because they believe the suspects involved in those violent crimes are still in CHOP or could have been in CHOP this morning, so they went in with even more tactical gear on them. We've heard from Chief Best this morning as well. She released a statement. Let me just read a little part of it to you this morning. She says, as I have said, and I will say again, I support peaceful demonstrations, Black Lives Matter, and I too want to help propel this movement toward meaningful change in our community. But she says enough is enough. The CHOP has become lawless and brutal. 4 shootings, 2 fatal, robberies, assaults, violence, and countless property crimes have occurred in this several block area. We know from Chief Best that they've wanted to take that East Precinct back. That is what they're doing this morning as they break up this CHOP zone. And we're starting to see some officers advance. Again, I mentioned, they are in heavier protective gear than we've seen recently because of what they believe is in the CHOP zone. And you can see they're carrying batons. Some have their rifles with them. And we're seeing an even bigger group behind that line that is now advancing forward.
Yeah, definitely. The police are creating quite the perimeter in the Capitol Hill neighborhood, and you can only imagine that's going to have an impact on traffic and the morning commute. So let's check in with Paris to look at the roads right now.
Yeah, we want to give you specifics if you live in the Capitol Hill CHOP zone or if you had plans to commute there. You do want to just completely avoid it. We have those restrictions of what you're up against. So Pine Street in both directions is shut down from Broadway to 13th Avenue, 12th Avenue in both directions at Union Street, 11th Avenue in both directions from between Pike and Olive Streets, and Pike Street in both directions between 12th and Broadway. Let's cut to Waze because this is really a good visual of what people are definitely seeing reflected with those closures. So if you're going to be traveling, and as I mentioned, do avoid this area, but you can see that zone near Cal Anderson Park in the East Precinct where all of those restrictions are. So it's pretty significant. And so this is the area that we're keeping a close eye on. Those restrictions are definitely in place. And so as this develops, we'll let you know any other restrictions you may encounter on your morning drive.
All right. And we will keep tabs on if that changes because we saw some police officers advancing. So we'll keep an eye on their perimeter. You're also getting a live look right now. It appears that police are detaining someone. We saw this just as we were going to Paris to give you a look at the current road closures. You can now see that police have this at least under control right here as this person is being taken away. Let's get out to Lee Stoll, who is giving us a ground view. Lee, why don't you tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing this morning?
Yeah, it certainly picked up just a couple of minutes ago. You can see those officers advancing straight toward us with their batons out, and we were seeing a woman being arrested up at the corner there, as you saw earlier. We also just heard our first flash bang just a couple of minutes ago, and from where we are, we can see officers are also now moving in a line across Cal Anderson Park. Jim or Louie, you might be able to pan over to the park itself. That's where we still have about 50 tents. Okay, so I want to listen to the officers as well. We want to be respectful. So they are telling us now to move back. Our cars are parked here, but we are moving down Pine and 10th. They've stopped exactly right where our cameras are. We're listening to their instructions. And they're setting up a line and a perimeter here at Nagel and Pine. And we're just waiting to see if there's any other instruction that they want to give us. There are a few people here with us, but not a lot of people who are out here. We also see officers basically staged in a line out on Cal Anderson Park. They're telling some people to move back even farther. A block away, we can see other Seattle Police office cruisers. They're coming in as well. And we're just waiting for either other instructions. They're saying we're good here, okay. And we can see the bicycle cops just beyond them going over to Pike, just south of us. There were about a dozen officers over there. And we're seeing a line of officers again over at Cal Anderson Park, where they had cleared out a lot of those tents just in the last 24 hours or so. The perimeter of the CHOP itself really shrinking down to the East Precinct itself, it seems. They have moved out from the East Precinct and fanned out from there and are just moving a little bit further and a little bit farther, and possibly going toward, as we said, about 50 tents that are still on the exterior line of Cal Anderson Park, just on the north end of the park. But we can also probably from this line give you a clearer look at the East Precinct for the first time. We can show you that concrete barriers, those are still up around the East Precinct. It looks like some materials have been cleared out, but a lot of officers still up there. We have more cruisers coming in from the east side of the precinct, coming down the hill with their lights on. And again, the line of officers, several dozen officers now moving through Cal Anderson Park in a straight line down the road itself too, with their vehicle. They're on a loudspeaker. I think they're telling people to start to leave. My earpiece for a second so I can try and hear what they're saying. But they're certainly on the loudspeaker telling people to get out of the area. Again, that was the order that they had issued at about 5 o'clock this morning, giving people several minutes to pack up and get out, and some people did. Those who left said a lot of people who are still here were digging in and they weren't going to leave. One woman I spoke to estimated there were still maybe about 100 people who were around the precinct itself. She says she'd only seen a few people follow those orders, leave the precinct area and head south. But again, where we are, we don't see a lot of people out here. We don't see a large crowd. We don't see any interaction with police at this point. And it seems, again, as they've fanned out from the East Precinct in a line, every line of where they are right now, it seems they have stopped. And now they're advancing again over at Cal Anderson Park, getting closer and closer to the tents over there. I think we can show you that from our photographer, Louis, who is showing that right now from the side where we are. We do have some more people showing up now behind us. So we're just trying to keep an eye on a 360 view of where we're standing right now. We do. Hey, Jim, if you can point this direction behind me here. If you can show, we have a group of people here and we're right in the middle of it. This is the first confrontation we've really been seeing between people coming up to the line of officers.
And Lee, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you.
Lee, just as you're sitting here and we're watching this bit of a confrontation, what is your sense of why they're extending the perimeter? Is it to retake and to sweep Cal Anderson Park? I know you're on the southernmost border right now. Nagel runs up and down Cal Anderson Park. Are they trying to secure a perimeter around the park?
But it's not trespassing. We're on public property.
Again, It seems officers brought in a lot of their equipment and their officers to the East Precinct, and from there fanned out to set up their own perimeter. We have bike cops now coming down to reinforce the officer line that we see right where our cameras are. Jim, if you can point up the street, you can see the bicycle officers are now coming up. It seems they're fanning out from the East Precinct to try and set up a perimeter, heading out again, yes, to those tents at the end of Cal Anderson Park. Everything behind the officers leading up to the East Precinct is now clear. It doesn't seem there's anyone behind this line, that they have set up a strong line on the south end and the north and the west corners of the precinct itself, that there is no one getting past this line.
And Lee, I know that you've been kind of trying to both talk and listen at the same time. Do you have any idea? We're watching this one gentleman on the loudspeaker. Is there something he's trying to communicate?
I don't want to reiterate some of the things he is saying,
Okay.
but of course he is yelling at the officers.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, and now they are moving down the street. The only way to get beyond this line is to the north, down Nagel, and it seems that's where some people are heading right now.
Yeah, that's where
toward the end of Cal Anderson.
Our camera is at 10th and Nagel. And Lee, we just saw from Air 4, we got a bird's eye view of Cal Anderson Park, and they have that entire park essentially blocked off, a place that used to be part of the CHOP as they get ever closer to those tents. Maybe in your experience as a reporter, why don't you give us your take on just how large this police response is and some of their efforts to try and take this area back?
Well, to be honest, I have never seen this many officers in any response. I have been reporting for 20 years. I have not been down here to the CHOP since this all began, honestly. This is my first time down here other than coming during the morning, during more peaceful times, just to get some video and then head back. So I have never seen such a large response by officers, that this is very coordinated and organized. And again, they are really setting up this line outside the East Precinct, and we're just simply waiting to see what is going to happen next. That they are holding this line, they have their batons, they are standing here as someone is yelling at them with a loudspeaker right in their face,
Right.
saying they're not going to go anywhere. And again, we've been hearing that there are about 100 people who are still up at the East Precinct. Looking up the street, I'm not seeing that kind of presence of people. It's pretty cleared out and empty right now, but it looks like they are pushing over to Cal Anderson Park, to where those tents are. And that's the purpose of this right now, is to set up a perimeter, taking back the East Precinct, clearing everybody out, following the order that Mayor Durkan issued this morning, telling everybody to leave, and breaking down the CHOP.
And Lee, you've done a great job just at managing your own safety as well. We want you to be as safe as possible too. So following those officers' directions, great job with that. And what an amazing view she just gave us. A 360 comprehensive look as she's right in the middle of it as police were advancing that line.
Yeah, as they're advancing that line, you're now getting a live look from Air 4. This is on the far end side of Cal Anderson Park. From Lee's shot, you could actually see those officers marching toward that tent city. This is on, once again, the far side of Cal Anderson Park, where a lot of the demonstrators and protesters had set up that Camp City. Not sure if they're going to go into that tent city right now, but they have set up a perimeter and they walked through Cal Anderson Park, sweeping that soccer field area. But let's go to Holly right now with a better look at this in the live desk.
Yeah, I've been really watching this as we've watched police, like you said, Ryan, walk across Cal Anderson Park. Let's show you that Air 4 shot again right now and just show you that we are seeing police gather in one portion outside that tent encampment. We're also seeing a police vehicle move in. And as Ryan mentioned, we're seeing that line of officers on the perimeter of what has become a tent encampment in this area. When we talked with Matt Markovich earlier. He said about 40 to 50 tents have been staked out at Cal Anderson Park. So he believes about 40 to 50 people or so were in this area. He mentioned that the CHOP area right outside that East Precinct, where there was about 20 tents, about 20 people in there. And then he basically described them as two separate areas. One around that East Precinct with those 20 tents, and then this separate area, this Cal Anderson Park, where there's about 40 to 50 tents. Again, we're watching police officers. They walked across the field. They're now starting to move in. As we see right now, they're likely yelling dispersal orders. If these people don't vacate, they could certainly be subject to arrest. Again, they're starting to get closer in. It sounds like we now have Denise Whitaker, who is available to chime in on some information. Denise, you're out there live. We see you right now. What do you see from your vantage point?
Well, I had to park several blocks away, and I want to tell you what's happening right now. We have someone here who is yelling at police officers through a bullhorn here. And before this man showed up, I had followed a group of maybe less than a dozen protesters from several blocks away, and they were saying they don't have enough numbers. They don't have enough numbers. They need to get the numbers. So it really seemed like they were trying to organize in a way where they were walking around the block trying to get more people to join their group. And as we look over straight down Nagel Place, I'm at East Pine and Nagel Place at the corner of Cal Anderson, and this group, it appears as though this is part of the group that I was following for several blocks from where I parked trying to get here, where they were saying that they need more people. They can't hold the line if they don't have more people. So it does appear as though right now they're trying to organize themselves in some way to make more of a show of force. I also heard them give the officers here who are standing at East Pine and Nagel, who are kind of keeping the line. One of the men said, we need to get one of these men in there to get his inhaler because he has asthma. So they were coming up with reasons that they needed to go back into the area in order to cross the police line. Of course, that did not work. The police officers are still standing here. So at this point, from this vantage point, it appears the only people who are really left are those who are video with their cell phones trying to see exactly what's happening. And that group of protesters that I had followed and that was here sort of shouting at officers has now walked down the street. Whether or not they're going to try to find more people to join them and show a bigger show of force is unclear. Bike officers are now coming out of the park out here onto Pine. So at the moment, at this corner anyway, things are relatively quiet. I think what I'll end up trying to do is I'll throw it back to you guys and see if I can figure out where those other group of people are going.
Yeah, what we've noticed from Air 4 is that line is advancing toward those tents. And so that's a spot that now we're kind of keeping a very close eye on. Because we don't know exactly what's going to happen here, if there are still people inside those tents, because we just, we don't have the ground view right there to see how many people might be in that area.
Yeah, you saw those protesters that were in front of the area of 10th and Nagel, where Denise Whitaker and Lee Stoll were yelling at those officers with the bullhorns. Well, we saw them marching up Nagel during Denise's live shot, so we can only assume they're going up now to that tent city, where it appears that the police are getting ready to do a sweep through that tent city. That is happening on the far side of Cal Anderson Park. Dare I say, the north side of Cal Anderson Park. Let's get back to KOMO's Matt Markovich, who has covered the demonstrations and the CHOP and has much more. And so Matt, what are you hearing now?
Well, we're hearing about the entire sweep of the area, again, mix minus. The camp that's at Cal Anderson Park is going to be cleared out as well. So this is a full effect of removing the entire CHOP. There should be officers that are obviously taking over the East Precinct, surrounding the 5-6 block area that's bordering all the way up to from Broadway to the west, from Pike to the south, to 13th to the east, and Denny Way to the north. That is a much larger area than the CHOP, but that's the perimeter the police have set up. And within that perimeter, you have the East Precinct, and then you have the homeless encampment and slash demonstrator encampment at the ball field at Cal Anderson, as well as the 40 or so tents that kind of popped up there. There's a full kitchen there. The Riot Kitchen has developed there. They have a community garden. Right. And part of the mayor's order is to remove the people from the Cal Anderson Park, but not remove like the community garden that has developed because of the protest.
And Matt, what we're
So they
seeing
should
right
be in the
now,
process of
sorry to
removing
interrupt
everything.
you real quick. On our live channel, we're just watching that other perimeter where we saw Lee and Denise get pushed back even farther down. Lee is actually live for us. Matt, we want to get back to you in just a moment, but just because of what we're seeing on this live picture right here with police advancing to her and pushing our crews back, let's check in with Lee. Lee, where are you right now? Because we can see you've moved back several hundred feet.
Yeah, you can see actually we are just feet away from the front line of where these officers are pushing us back now. They have told us as they were moving forward that we should push back all the way to Broadway, and that if we did not, if anyone stayed behind, that they did face arrest. So several times as they advanced to Nagel, just inching forward a couple yards, saying still move all the way down to Broadway, even though they were advancing slowly, telling everyone here to move all the way down to Pine and Broadway, which is where we are right now with about a dozen people or so who have all moved back.
And Lee,
So we're just at this front line right here that
And Lee,
Go ahead.
earlier we had saw a lot of the protesters were in front of this police line with their bullhorns yelling at the officers. It seems very quiet right now. Do we know where those protesters are now?
Well, there are two places to go from where we were before and showing you the line at 10th and Pine. Some of them took off to the left of us, heading toward Cal Anderson Park, as you heard Denise saying. Some of them reiterating to the crowd, we need numbers, we need to hold the line. So the few people you saw yelling at the officers, some of them went down Nagel to the left towards Cal Anderson Park, and the others are still with us here, just standing quietly at the corner of Pine and Broadway, backing all the way up as officers had instructed us to.
Right.
So it's very calm right now. Most of the people who are standing with us actually are media.
All right.
This was where we had an access point to stage and show you what's going on.
Lee, thank you for giving us that vantage point. We want to take you to a more active side of the park. This is the north end of the park.
Yeah,
and
Kelly.
Holly, the view from Air 4 here as they are going through the tents right now.
Yeah, this just started moments ago. Officers have now reached those tents as they move their way across the ball field there and then to that part of the park. They've now entered it. They're in those tents. And it appears they moved one. It didn't look like anyone was in one, but I did see at least a couple people come out of tents earlier this morning. So officers are now there. They're starting to remove those tents, check to see if anybody is in them. But they've now reached that point where they are essentially, if people are in the tents, there's going to be a bit of a confrontation with those folks that are in them if they are still there. Seattle police did tweet out, though, just about 10 minutes ago, saying officers continue to give dispersal orders and are moving remaining groups north through Cal Anderson Park. It appeared to be that's what we were seeing with them, forming that line at the front of that park, giving those dispersal orders. We did see a canine moving through part of the field as well. They also tweeted out that they continue to check the restrooms at Cal Anderson Park. Police will be clearing the north end of the park soon. That's what we're seeing right here. And they did thank the people affiliated with the CHOP who have assisted officers in encouraging people to safely leave the area. It's not known how many people are actually in those tents right now. When we spoke with Matt just a little bit earlier this morning, he said about 40 to 50 tents, which he believes there's about 40 to 50 people in this portion of Cal Anderson Park. But we don't exactly know who is cleared out this morning because they heard those dispersal orders, or who could still be in those tents. There could be, we'll see how this plays out, but there certainly could be some interactions between protesters that are still there and police that are now moving in to clean up that area. I did see some folks walking around from a broader shot from Air 4 earlier this morning, and like I mentioned, I did see at least one person come out of a tent, but then I've just recently seen police pick up a tent and essentially move it to the side, which certainly indicates nobody is in that tent right now. So they continue to make their way through this area, checking to see if protesters are in those tents, and just continuing to check that area at Cal Anderson Park.
All right, it is 6:33 right now. If you are just joining us this morning, just after 5 o'clock, we saw Seattle police show up to what was the CHOP zone there on Capitol Hill and move in, saying that anyone who is still there would be arrested. So far, we have seen about 13 arrests was the last report, but that was a while ago. I wouldn't be surprised if that changes. They have really moved this perimeter to be all around the CHOP zone and now moving over most recently to the north side. We've seen our reporters get pushed back several blocks from that area. Mayor Jenny Durkan issuing that executive order to vacate the area, and Seattle police going through enforcing the mayor's order. As of 5 o'clock this morning, boy, has so much changed just in the last hour and a half after CHOP had been established in the Capitol Hill area for roughly 2 weeks.
And this goes beyond the East Precinct Station. This goes through the entire part of Cal Anderson Park. Matt Markovich joining us back on the phone. And Matt, you had mentioned, you had heard this order is a clean sweep of that entire area. And that's exactly what we're seeing this morning as those officers now moving through that tent city in Cal Anderson Park.
Yes, so this is exactly that. We had heard that there were mediators as well as navigation team members out at the tents for the last week and a half. They had set up a resource center for people to try and find housing. So there have been some outreach efforts to people in those tents. We were told about 75% of the people in those tents were demonstrators, another 25% were actually people who are regularly homeless in the Cal Anderson Park who took advantage of pitching a tent in a park, which is not allowed to do up until this demonstration. The city was treating the tents as part of the demonstration and not a traditional encampment, so that's why they were allowing them to stay. But that's no more today. And what's interesting is that part of the mayor's order today does include the preliminary injunction issued by the federal judge in the Black Lives Matter versus Seattle case, where you could not use any kind of chemical crowd disbursement methods or as well as projectile methods. Now, in some of the videos we've seen about the initial efforts to move the people back, some mace was used and tear gas, and that's allowed to, on one person, a one-on-one situation where you can't just mace an entire crowd or send pepper spray an entire crowd. You have to individually mace or pepper spray a specific protester. And that's apparently what happened early on, but we haven't heard anything like that on the perimeter.
Matt, I apologize, Matt. I need to interrupt right now because we want to go to Denise Whitaker, who is live near that tent city area where police are back on the move. So, Denise, what are you seeing right now?
Well, we moved a little bit further north, so we're more toward the north end of Cal Anderson Park. We didn't quite make it all the way to the north end, but now police just, I think, moved out of your view that you can see from our photographer's Jim's lens here. Basically, the officers are moving in large groups through the park, and they're just making sure that tents and things are empty. I'm not sure Jim can see this, but right here on the staircase in front of us that leads from Broadway down to Cal Anderson Park, there was, I'd say there's a good 10 or 15 blankets that were all kind of draped over a railing there, and officers came through and made sure that there was nobody inside those blankets and went in there sleeping, and then once they determined that there was no one there, then they moved along. So it appears as though they are kind of sweeping through the north end of the park right now. The Sheriff's Department was here. We have a lot of different agencies, it looks like, that are helping out here this morning, but again, they've just moved from this area north, so we'll go follow them that way and see what else we can figure out on that end at the north end of Cal Anderson Park.
And so, Denise, real quick, if you can still hear me, we're taking a live look right now at Air Force. So, Holly, what are you seeing right now?
Ryan, I'm just seeing that officers, this is exactly kind of what Denise was talking about, was just hard to see from her shot. Officers have now just moved into this tent area, and they're just pulling down those tarps, those pieces of tarp that have created this tent area. There's also, looks like a couple barricades of some sort. Maybe that's fencing. It's really hard to see by this live look, but they're pulling all of that down this morning as well. They also did a sweep of the playground from what I can see from this Air 4 look, just making sure there was one tent left in that playground area. They shook it a little bit just to make sure that nobody was inside of that. They just checked it. Looks like they were going to take it down, but now they're really focused on this area right here. Matt mentioned a kitchen in this area. This could be that area. I'm not 100% sure because I'm just not familiar enough with what the setup was like here. But as you can see, they're kind of moving through this area. Yeah, they're really pulling it down. Here's a ground shot to bring you right now, and as you can see, they're pulling down those tarps that created this enclosure, I guess you could say. They're pulling that down, and that is fencing. Okay, from this live look, that's what you can see. That is fencing. They're pulling all that down, moving that away as they really work to break up what became a tent city in the north end of Cal Anderson Park.
And Holly, as we've been watching, and I know you've been monitoring Air 4 for quite some time, as we see those officers move in, it doesn't appear to be any protesters actually living in the tents, at least currently.
No, and you know, Ryan, there was one really interesting shot that as my eyes are glued to the Air Force shot, as officers moved in that line across the ball field, I could see portions of tents in the north end of the park, and I only saw one person get out of one of the tents. That doesn't mean there weren't more in there that had vacated that I just didn't see, but I only really saw one person get out, and they've been going through shaking tents, and I haven't seen anybody left in the tents. And this situation right here looks completely vacant from what we can see from our vantage points, from our different camera shots, the Air Force shots. It really doesn't look like there are many people there. We do know that officers have been yelling dispersal orders. Let's go back. Oh, the ground shot's showing it right now, but take a look. There are a few protesters there right now. You can see the line of police officers as well. A bit of some interaction, maybe a slight confrontation going on right here, but just a real small group. We can count 6 people right there, it looks like. Maybe 7.
Yeah, they gave those dispersal orders at about 5 a.m. this morning, so it wouldn't be too surprising if some people were able to clear out in this now hour and 40 minutes that we have been covering it. We want to get back out to KOMO's Lee Stoll, who is on Capitol Hill right now, to give us a look at where she is. Lee, what are you seeing, and have you moved since we last checked in?
Yeah, you can see the line that officers are holding here at Pine and Broadway. Every now and then we do see a few dozen of the bike officers. They seem to be just patrolling inside this perimeter, going line to line, reinforcing the officers, making sure they're okay. Anytime there's any kind of flare-up with anyone who is approaching the officers, the bike officers then suddenly show up as kind of reinforcement, and then they move on to the next line. But very quiet over here. These officers were originally at 10th and Pine, just about a block back toward the precinct, and then a couple of minutes ago they had been starting to say, move back, go to Broadway. If you stay, you could be arrested. And very slowly they moved forward, and when they reached Nagel, which is a side street that kicks out to the side of Cal Anderson Park, some of the people who were gathered in front of the line of officers went down that way, because as Denise was mentioning, some had been saying, we need to hold the line, we need more people, and so they had headed that direction. But really we are not seeing anyone come toward this line of officers or come out of the CHOP area up the hill behind us. Very quiet where we are right now, but you can see the equipment these officers are wearing. And just to reiterate, they have been tweeting out a lot of information this morning that they were saying the officers are wearing a higher level of protective gear. They're utilizing that equipment because individuals associated with the CHOP are known to be armed and dangerous and may be associated with shootings, homicides, robberies, assaults, and other violent crimes. That's the other part of this up at the CHOP itself, where that perimeter is still set up with some of those concrete barriers. They have several crimes to now investigate, as we've been seeing those officers go through what's been left up there. And remember, just a couple of hours from now, we were saying this morning, the CHOP leaders were the ones who were going to have a news conference and release a new list of demands and expectations they had for Mayor Durkan and the city in order for them to leave. So before they were going to release that list, they had said they, wanted the media to be there at 11:30 this morning to say what they wanted. Hours before that, that's when we saw the mayor issue her own order and say, now is the time to get out of the CHOP, and you have a couple of minutes to do it. And then they started to move in. So here at Broadway and Pine, very quiet, not a lot of people.
All right.
Back to you.
Thank you, Lee. We've been watching this line of police officers really sweep right through the north end of Cal Anderson Park. You're getting a look at some of their armored vehicles they have as well here. We've been watching SPD's Twitter account because they've been very active at getting us updates. And I'll tell you that it really runs the gamut here. As we continue with these live shots, you see them advancing. I'll kind of give you some of the latest things that they've said. Officers say that there are several vehicles that have been circling the area of today's operation. Police saying they have observed individuals in those vehicles with firearms and armor, that these vehicles appear to be operating without any visible license plates. So there's one thing they're dealing with on that front. On a completely different note, but something they're also tweeting out, they say that officers are calling for Seattle fire for a woman who's also going into labor.
Oh my goodness.
On the east side of Cal Anderson Park.
Okay.
So it just gives you an idea here. This is where people have been living for the last several weeks, that a lot of people are at different stages, and there's a lot of things going on.
So let's go back out to Como's Denise Whitaker, who's on the north end of Cal Anderson Park. And Denise, we're watching that sweep basically just move right through the park as that perimeter continues to expand this morning.
Right, in the last 90 seconds that I was standing here, the bike officers were at a line on one end. They just swept through. We can see that people are, this tent was up 90 seconds ago. It is now down. That person has left. Another person over here is being taken out of the park. Watch the language there. We can't control that right now, what's happening on live TV this morning. But the bushes right here in Cal Anderson Park that we're looking at as well, it was interesting. Officer actually took his baton and he literally rustled every single one of these bushes just to make sure that there was no one hiding in any of the bushes. And they are just going tent by tent, sweeping people out. I've seen several people rolling suitcases and their belongings with them, leaving the park and going up to Broadway and getting out of the park, because that is the goal that Seattle Police has right now. The bike cops have now moved slightly north over here, and they are a little bit further down. This is sort of like that alleyway. I guess this is Nagel Place, which to me is sort of an alleyway here, parallel to Broadway, that is directly on the perimeter of Cal Anderson Park. So they have just about reached the north end of the park right now, sweeping it tent by tent, bush by bush, as they go through, making sure that everyone who was in the park is now out of the park. And I'm also noticing that it looks as though they've got bicycle officers behind us as well, still sort of midway or toward the south end of the park as well, because they may be looking to make sure that people don't leave and then try to go back into the park at this point. But that stop sign straight ahead is essentially the northern border of Cal Anderson Park. So they've just about reached the entire section of the park now in order to try to get everyone out. I've not seen too much resistance, just a little bit of resistance right here that we were just watching as you took us live. So that's kind of the latest at the moment anyway from Cal Anderson Park. I'll keep moving around and see whether or not I can find another good vantage point for you. We have another line of bicycle officers coming through here that they may want us to leave. So they are telling us to back up. So I'm going to have to get out of the way.
Okay, Denise, we'll let you back up. I was going to ask you a quick question, but let's go to Holly right now.
Yeah, I'll show you this live Air Force shot right now that we've kind of been showing you as Denise was giving her report right there. We did see police really give almost a full, complete sweep of Cal Anderson Park, this north side. It's a very uniform approach as they walk in a line together. And we did see them have a little bit of an interaction with a small group of protesters that was essentially being pushed back as police and protesters did have a slight interaction as they moved their way through that sweep of Cal Anderson Park. Air 4 trying to give us that vantage point where those officers did come out of. They kind of went into the trees. There was a couple tents set up in another real north end part of this park right here that I think they are at right now. You can see some officers. It appears to be down in that intersection. Yeah, there's a police vehicle right there. So it looks like they've made their way through that park. A couple different police vehicles, that line of officers. As we watch this, continue to watch this live look from Air 4, I want to give you some new information that we've not shared with you yet this morning. Seattle Police did tweet out CHOP reported offenses. This is from June 8th through the 30th, so just yesterday of 2020, and it compares 2019, the total. As we give you this live look, I'm just going to read you this information instead of showing you a graph so that you can see exactly what is happening on the live channel. This information is from the National Incident-Based Reporting System. It's standard for law enforcement agencies. Let me just share with you some of those numbers that have just come in. The 2020 total, again, this is for that CHOP Chaz area, that's what they call it. Aggravated assaults in 2020, 11. The total for 2019 was 2. In terms of all the different criminal acts that we've seen in that area, there's been a total for 2020 of 65. Okay, now we're only halfway through 2020, so 65 so far this year compared to 2019, the total 37. So that gives you some perspective as to what we've seen in that area just in really, what did we say, the last 3 weeks or so, right. Kelly? June 8th through the 30th, 65 criminal acts compared to 37 in 2019. That's total. Now that includes homicides, that includes arson, that includes assault offenses, that includes larceny and theft, property offenses. 1 rape is reported for 2020, 0 in 2019. 6 robberies in 2020, 0 for 2019. So that really shows you a different perspective as to the criminal acts that have been taking place just in the last couple of weeks.
And Chief Carmen Bess had said that crimes had tripled, response times had tripled in that area since the shutdown of the East Precinct. So let's go back out live to Como's Lee Stoll. So Lee, where are you right now and what are you seeing from your perspective?
Well, again, we are staying here at the corner of Pine and Broadway. This line of officers basically pushing out since we've gotten here at about 5 o'clock this morning, all the way from 11th down here again to Broadway. So about 2 blocks, and along the way telling us anyone who is behind this line faces the chance of being arrested. I don't know if you've mentioned that we had just seen a tweet from Seattle police that Seattle Fire has been called out for a woman apparently going into labor on the east side of Cal Anderson Park. I've been hearing some people standing around here just watching officers, no interaction, but basically saying what is going to be tough to take down over at Cal Anderson Park is a kitchen that has been set up around some of those tents, some really setting up to be there for the long haul. But over here on the south end, again, this is the direction officers had tweeted out this morning when they were clearing the park, telling people head to the south. We haven't seen a lot of people coming out this direction. One woman telling us earlier she thought there were about 100 people still camped out around the precinct. Haven't seen any kind of numbers like that. And there's the sheriff's vehicle going through on the end of Kyle Anderson Park, heading back up toward the precinct as well. Haven't seen any numbers like that of people coming through this area. And by the way, if you are heading to work this morning, if this is a typical Wednesday for you, 1 block away from here in either direction, Madison or west of Broadway, you really don't get a sense that anything is going on. This is very contained to this area. We have officers blocking off Pike at Broadway. It doesn't look like you can get up that way. And again, here we are at Pine and Broadway. But just a block or so in either direction, it looks like the city is moving as usual. We do have some officers down the road again that we can see from Broadway itself too, but really no one rushing into this area, as we had seen some people from the group here asking for reinforcements, asking for more people to come, because as we've heard over the last couple of days, a lot of people have been leaving, and those who are left behind coming toward the East Precinct, really shrinking the footprint of CHOP as some of those concrete barriers were taken out. There were about 70 that were around here, and from where we are, we still see some of them up near the East Precinct itself, but that's also where we've been seeing officers go through the remnants of those leftover tents and some of the signs that have been left up there and some of the heavy equipment that they have moved in. But that's all we're seeing from where we are. It's very quiet up here at Broadway and Pine. These officers just really holding the line. One of those lines that we saw advance out of the East Precinct just over the last couple of hours.
Okay, thank you very much, Lee. And just to give you an idea of the scope and the size of this perimeter right now, Lee is standing at 10th and Pine, Broadway and Pine. It looks like the perimeter stretches south all the way to Pike, and now it looks like it stretches all the way north to the north side of Cal Anderson Park. So that's at Broadway and Denny Way. They might even extend it further to Denny Way. To the east side, we're not sure if it goes past 12th or 13th, but we have to imagine that at least is on 13th because the East Precinct sits on 12th Avenue. So you can imagine the scope of this perimeter now and the amount of officers that we did see that it takes to secure a perimeter of this size. But a lot happening this morning. If you're just joining us, within the last 2 hours, the Seattle PD moving in to take down CHOP, resecure the perimeter around the East Precinct Station, and now sweeping through Cal Anderson Park to take down that tent city. So the Seattle Police Department taking over the Capitol Hill neighborhood, or retaking retaking the Capitol Hill neighborhood from demonstrators and protesters who had taken over that area for the past month.
And retaking their precinct, which is something that Chief Carmen Best says that she wanted to do. If we just reflect a little bit about CHOP here, to say that it has been controversial in Western Washington would be an understatement. You have it as initially started as bringing some reflection against police brutality in the wake of the death of George Floyd. On the other hand, we have also seen 2 homicides. We've seen a lot of crime. You also have the angle of businesses and people who live in the area. CHOP has really transformed the city, and I think will leave a footprint that we don't really know what that will look like and what the reverberations will be of CHOP. And just reflecting a little bit as we see it apparently coming to an end here, we would love to hear from any businesses or people who live in the area too about what they've seen, what they've heard this morning. And they have been calling for an end for CHOP, or at least a lot have for a while now. And to see their reflections now that it appears it is coming to an end this morning. So something that started as a movement, then maybe transform in several different ways that we've seen. And I know people get very fired up when they talk about CHOP, but whether you supported it or you didn't like it, the fact is this morning that Seattle police have moved in and retaken CHOP, clearing the streets. And now the question is, what does it mean for those demands that demonstrators had in terms of the movement? And this isn't over yet. They're still holding their perimeter, and we have seen some people who are still on those lines as well. And we're going to stay on top of it for you, as we have for the last 2 hours, showing police move in, but also just covering the demonstrations that we've seen for the last month and CHOP in the last 3 weeks.
And as you mentioned, this has been a very polarizing topic. You either are for this or you're against it. A lot of people taking different sides, and it's become extremely controversial, as you mentioned, Kelly. But we do have to remember, as you were reflecting on the reasons why this all began. These protests began at CHOP, and the demonstrations that all began because of the police brutality that happened in Minneapolis, and that was the death of George Floyd. The first protest happening in our area, that happened in downtown Seattle in the Westlake area, that began on May 29th. That's when protesters set fire, and we saw looters going into the Nordstroms. Several police vehicles were set on fire in that area also. So there were some clashes with protesters, a lot of pepper spray, a lot of flashbangs. Then that protest moved from downtown Seattle in the Westlake area and moved to the East Precinct station in Capitol Hill. That's where we once again also saw more tensions and clashes between protesters and the city of Seattle and the city police and the police department. That's when Jenny Durkan decided to move people out of that area, the protesters taking over the East Precinct station. That happened in the beginning of June. We are now a month later, seeing the protests in the CHOP area still occupied by those protesters until early this morning when the Seattle PD decided to move in. But as we mentioned, this has been going on for 4 weeks right now. But the situation in that CHOP zone, or Chaz as it was first called, had begun to dwindle, as we saw acts of violence happening in that area, from burglaries to rape and robbery. But then the most recent case, a double shooting happening on Monday that left 2 teens injured, a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old. Unfortunately, that 16-year-old died while at Harborview Medical Center. The first person that was shot and killed in the CHOP area was a 19-year-old named Lorenzo Anderson. Several other people shot by gunfire in that area. As we once again lost our feed right now as we get it back, looking at Air 4, this morning at 5 a.m. we saw the police department move in, secure the East Precinct. That is the area around the south side of Cal Anderson Park, but then later on this morning, they have moved to the north side of Cal Anderson Park, sweeping the entire area, expanding that perimeter, now taking down that tent city on the north side of Cal Anderson Park.
Okay, but this is going to take a while to clear up because
Yes.
as we have talked about the last couple of days, some of those loops on the concrete barriers were cut. So it will require, was it a forklift that's
Yes.
going to be required to take them out now? And they said that is a long-term project. So if you live in this area of CHOP or work in the area, you know this has already been a busy spot for a long time, but it's going to take a while to clear all of this, including moving those barriers out. You know, what would be kind of helpful, I think, would be to get a look at some of those road closures because it's kind of changed. So if we would like to get to that, we could, or we could take just a little bit longer here as we look at this live shot on the north end of Cal Anderson Park. We see the line of officers as they moved through in a straight line, moving very steadily. They were moving along quite well there through the north end, and appears they're holding their perimeter here. We also have Lee Stoll, who has been on the other end of the perimeter, and some swift work here. Now 2 hours into this. And I was just checking to see if we had heard from state leaders or anyone, and looking at, we haven't seen anything from Governor Inslee other than the emergency declaration. Haven't heard anything from Jenny Durkin. And we did get that statement from Carmen Best that came out early this morning.
And Kelly, we can mention too that, you know, Seattle police did tweet out about 20 minutes ago or so that officers have been investigating several vehicles circling the area of today's operation. You mentioned this earlier, but police have observed individuals in vehicles with firearms and armor. Those vehicles appear to be operating without visible license plates. Here's a ground look to bring you right now. It actually looks like some folks are moving out some, that's a log or some kind of cement beam or something. They're moving something out there from this live look that we can see right now. And I do want to show you another live look from Air 4. This is after police did that full sweep of Cal Anderson Park. They've now formed that line, as we've been mentioning throughout the morning, holding their ground. They're having a few interactions with some folks in the street right there, as you can see, but they did that very steady job, as we mentioned, that real uniformed approach as they did the sweep, checking for tents, checking under trees and bushes to make sure that any remaining protesters that were there have been moved out. They did this as they did yell those dispersal orders to move or face possible arrest. We have some video that we're working to bring you. We don't have it quite yet, but we'll have it for you from the live desk, hopefully in the next couple of minutes. It's video that Seattle Police released overnight. It's got to be edited down to be able to show it on TV because there's some graphic language, some graphic content. We want to get those bits out just so that we can show you a little bit of what has been observed in the CHOP during nighttime hours. And it's brand new video that has just come out this morning. Our editor's working hard to be able to get that to you for so that it can be viewed from our viewers on TV. So we'll work to bring you that in the next couple of minutes. But again, we continue to watch this live Air 4 shot with police in that line, a little bit of an interaction with protesters right now.
All right, you have been watching KOMO Morning News and our special coverage of Seattle Police's removal of the CHOP zone on Capitol Hill. We've been giving you live coverage for the last 2 hours. We will be continuing to cover it right here on KOMO rather than showing you Good Morning America at this hour. This is a big moment in the developments on Capitol Hill. We want to bring you the very latest for a lot of people who live and work in the area. You're getting a live look of Air 4, of that line of police officers, and just a handful, it looks like, of people who are just watching kind of what's happening here. We have been keeping an eye on some of those road closures, and I know, Paris, you've been keeping a close eye because they kind of ebbed and flow as the police changed their position. Why don't you give us the latest of what you're seeing?
And they're pretty extensive. We know exactly what is, for the most part, closed in the area. These restrictions, if we're taking the map, you can see near the CHOP zone. So Pine Street in both directions from Broadway to 13th Avenue, 12th Avenue in both directions at Union Street, 11th Avenue in both directions from Pike to Olive Streets, and then Pike Street in both directions from 12th to Broadway. And so all of this is happening just east of Broadway. If you're familiar with the area, let's take you to Waze, because this really gives you a good snapshot. If we can get to that map, you can see kind of those restrictions in real time in terms of the visual. And one thing that I also want to stress is Waze has also mentioned that they have given additional closures in the area so people are not driving into a volatile situation this morning, or even depending upon how long this lasts. So if you do have travel plans, you want to stay outside of this vicinity. As we know, that is a big fluid situation. And as we get more updates in regards to the additional streets that are closed, closed in the area, we will definitely bring those to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Paris. Let's go back out live to Como's Lee Stoll. She is on the south end of the perimeter, where that perimeter was expanded by police officers who first started down by the East Precinct Station. And Lee, you got pushed back all the way to Broadway.
Yeah, we got pushed back just a couple of feet here, officers. We just heard some what sounded like fireworks down the street, and that kind of perked up everybody's ears because it's pretty quiet where we are, again, at Pine and Broadway. But they wanted to back up just a little bit so they could look down the sidewalks here. Some people here are just yelling at the officers now, but really not a lot of people out here with us. And they're just holding this line. This is one of several lines we've seen them form as they were fanning out from the East Precinct at about 5 o'clock this morning, pushing out even farther and just making sure anyone behind this line, letting them know if they were behind this, that they did face the possibility of being arrested, and everyone pushed back. They pushed us back very slowly. Some people who were in front of the line took off at Nagel and Pine toward Cal Anderson Park, towards those tents that we're showing you what's going on there as well. Honestly, it's been pretty quiet up here until someone just started yelling at the officers keeping this line here, about 20 officers. Yelling at them actually more about not wearing masks right now, but these officers moving forward just a little bit so they can look down either side of Broadway. And again, if you are just a couple of blocks from where we are seeing on Pike that officers have the intersection blocked, so you can't head east on Pike up the hill at Broadway. But beyond that, Madison and beyond, everything is open, and west of Broadway, everything looks normal, and we're not seeing anybody rushing up to where we are right now. So pretty quiet right now.
All right, Lee, you mentioned that it is quiet right there, and that is definitely true. Thank you for that report. We're hearing from Seattle Police, just in case you live in the area and you're hearing what may sound like some explosions. Seattle Police just saying that it appears individuals are setting off fireworks near Pine and Broadway. So if you are hearing anything, that's what they're saying people are currently doing right now.
And Kelly, we've actually seen some of those fireworks over the last couple of days as we've come into work. So, I mean, I think it was Monday morning, I saw a big firework in the sky. This has been something they've been doing over the last couple of mornings. And now we have Seattle Police tweeting out that, you know, if you are hearing something again in that area, there are reports of individuals setting off fireworks again near Pine and Broadway, as Kelly mentioned. Here again is that live Air Force shot where police standing their ground right now. They have formed that line. We did show you a little while ago people carrying, it looked like a log or some kind of barrier or something. Those two individuals we saw carrying those items actually ended up here. They were in this live shot at one moment. I'm not seeing them right now, but they were here just moments ago. I'm not quite sure what they are planning on doing with those two items. But again, on the live channel right here from Air 4, we can see just a small group gathered right here. And then we have Seattle Police. They've done that complete sweep of Cal Anderson Park, checking tents for any remaining individuals there, checking under trees, bushes. And we'll continue to watch this for you throughout the morning.
All right. If you are just joining us, we want to tell you that more than a dozen people have now been arrested as Seattle Police have moved in to dismantle the CHOP protest zone in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood after roughly 3 weeks. Police moving in as a result of Seattle's Mayor Jenny Durkan issuing an emergency order to disperse those protesters from CHOP. We know that there was a deadly shooting, as we have been telling you this morning, on Monday morning, very early at about 3 a.m., which seems to have sparked a little more urgency in addressing CHOP and some of the issues going on in the area. Chief Carmen Bess saying on Monday, enough is enough, and reiterating that again this morning in a statement where she said the same thing. We want to bring you to Chief Bess right now, who is in what used to be the CHOP zone. Let's listen in.
Under an executive order from Mayor Durkan, the Seattle Police Department was among the first of the city agencies to enter this area today. Our job was to vacate the area and issue dispersal orders. This order and our police response comes after weeks of violence in and around the Capitol Hill occupied protest zone, including multiple shootings resulting in many injuries and 2 deaths of 2 teenagers. At this point, We've had at least 13 arrests. I don't have the specifics on all of the arrests. My plan is to update all of you with more information as it becomes available later today. I want to reiterate what I have said. I support peaceful demonstrations. Black Lives Matter. And I too want to help propel this movement forward toward meaningful exchange in our community and meaningful change in our community. But enough is enough. Our job is to protect and to serve the community. Our job is to support peaceful demonstrations. But what has happened here on these streets over the last 2 weeks, few weeks that is lawless and it's brutal. And bottom line, it is simply unacceptable. I will continue to work with our Community Police Commission, our Office of Police Accountability, and our Office of Inspector General, and all of our community partners and city leaders to encourage peace and move forward with how to re-envision public safety in our city. I'll take a few questions. Again, this is early, it's very fluid, but I'll give you what information I can at this time, and we'll give you further updates as the time progresses.
Chief, is this going to be back to normal tomorrow, regular Capitol Hill, or is it still going to be part of the job?
Well, right now, we've cleared out a number of demonstrators. We're going to have other city organizations and city interests come in. We'll clean up the area. We'll clean up our precinct, and we'll start operations as soon as we reasonably can.
In those arrests, Chief, did you confiscate any weapons, any guns?
I don't have that information at this point. I know people were arrested. Obviously, there's still some cleanup. There's still some things that will be happening with the tents, so we'll be able to answer that better later in the day.
Ma'am, Chief, you physically moved in the building?
No, we're not in the building at this point. We've done a search of the building to make sure that there weren't any obstacles or any other concerns in the building. So we have cleaned the building out in that regard, but we're certainly not moving in as yet.
Chief, you brought additional support with you. Can you tell us about all of the people or the agencies that accompanied you this morning?
Yeah, that's a great question. We really want to thank the Bellevue Police Department, Chief Milet, for sending his resources to assist us, as well as our local FBI that was out here as well. Otherwise, the personnel were from the Seattle Police Department.
Chief, what do you do to keep them from coming back to the East Precinct or even going to the West Precinct and surrounding that area?
Well, in terms of the East Precinct, the mayor's order makes it clear that this area is off limits at this time, and so no one should be in the area, and we'll be enforcing that fully. We have no other threats to any other facility at this time, but clearly, we'll be having additional staffing in all of our areas. I'll take one more question.
Was the navigation team out at Cal Anderson Park, was it cleared this morning, do you know?
Yeah, many of the members of our navigation team participated in this organizational effort.
Can I ask just one more question? You mentioned working with the community. Have you seen their latest list of demands, some of those things? Do you have any comment on any of those?
Well, I think there's going to be continuing dialogue and negotiations as we re-envision how we do public safety. So I look forward to having those discussions along with other city members, and we'll see where it turns out. Thank you so much. We'll be back later. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, so that was Chief Best there giving us her very latest on what was happening this morning. She does not know whether or not they had any weapons, if any weapons were confiscated, and she said that she will have more later today, so we can assume that she would be gathering some additional information and giving us that. But obviously, they brought in extra firepower in order to, get help in clearing the park this morning. So that was a question I didn't get a chance to ask the chief since she ended questions, whether or not they can continue to keep the park clear without additional resources. So that is something that, of course, we'll be watching as we move down the line.
All right, thank you very much, Denise. Once again, you were just listening to Chief Carmen Best from the Seattle Police Department talking about the sweep happening at the CHOP this morning. She said it was their job to vacate the area, issue dispersal orders after weeks of violence, of multiple shootings, including 2 deaths. She says she still supports peaceful demonstrations, but enough is enough, calling the CHOP had become lawless, brutal, illegal and unacceptable.
So going forward, we were asking those questions. What happens next? And the chief saying right there she wants to continue to work with the Community Police Commission and community partners to encourage peace and moving forward with how to re-envision the relationship with law enforcement and how it happens in the city. In terms of the cleanup, several city agencies are going to be in the area to try and not only clean up the area around the precinct, but get back in the precinct. And she said she wanted to restart operations as soon as possible, though there was no specific timeline on that. As for right now, though, she stressed the area that used to be the CHOP is now off limits. She didn't give a specific time limit on that as well. And then we had Denise asking there, you know, in terms of any assistance. The navigation team was also part of this effort, also saying that Bellevue PD was part of this effort, along with the local FBI and Seattle Police Department.
And as that area around the East Precinct Station is now secure, she has also said that they have not moved back in just yet. Let's go back out live to KOMO's Matt Markovich, who has been following this story all morning long and has been following the demonstrations and the protests since they began in early June. So, Mark, what are you hearing this morning? Matt.
Well, I think what you're talking about when you have the Chief Best talking about getting back into the precinct and the timing of all this, why today, after more than 3 weeks of the CHOP still in existence, today is a very important day for the defunding of the Seattle Police Department. The Budget Committee is going to meet this afternoon. This is their third session about how to defund the police department as they look at a $300 million deficit for the budget. So there might be some political overtones here about the timing of why it happened today because of the discussions that City Council is going to have this afternoon. That's just one idea of why the timing of it. I think what you're going to see now is the homeless encampment or the encampment that's at Cal Anderson Park. That's going to be the difficult maneuver by police and social services to remove that because they have to have spaces for everybody in the shelter who are living there, and that is a question I can't answer right now. We usually know that kind of thing ahead of time when they do these sweeps, but in this situation, because the city considered it part of the demonstration and not a homeless encampment, it's kind of interesting whether or not they're going to be trying to find places for people who are living there or not.
And Matt, you talked about the timing of why this happened this morning. Earlier this morning, we were also reporting there's been a bit of a power struggle within the city council between Kshama Sawant asking for the resignation of Mayor Jenny Durkan. Mayor Jenny Durkan also issuing and ordering or asking for an investigation in some of the actions of Sawant. How does that impact what happened here this morning?
I think, again, it's an overtone, what's been brewing for quite a while. And clearly the mayor was very upset with Councilmember Sawant leading a march this past Sunday right to her house to demonstrate against the police department and the defunding of the police department. I think so. You got some emotional overtones, political overtones, and then this move today. They were telegraphing that this was going to happen when they tried to remove the blocks last week. And again, this week when they tried to remove the blocks surrounding the precinct, because that would give a lot of better access into the precinct. When that didn't happen, I think finally they just said, okay, like the chief said, enough is enough. And the chief has been saying that. And that's been showing a rift between the police department, the police chief and the mayor on how to handle the East Precinct, with the police chief openly just saying we need to end this, and then nothing from the mayor's office in response until this morning.
And Matt, you had mentioned on Friday they had tried to move in to remove those barricades. We saw a lot of those SDOT crews stage outside the CHOP area, but with very little police presence. Is that something they learned from Friday about the way they responded this morning?
I don't think it was. I think they responded with police presence, with an overwhelming police presence this morning because of the known armed CHOP protesters inside. It was very obvious. People had guns inside to protect themselves, they told me, from drive-by shootings and incidents that happened early Monday morning where the two teenagers were shot. They don't want that to happen again. That's why they put the barricades up higher around the East Precinct, the tents, yesterday, almost to protect themselves. So they were fortifying themselves. And as they fortified themselves, it would be more difficult for police to go in and try and do what they did today. So I think that they decided they just had to do it now because of the fortification by the protesters around the East Precinct, because they were afraid of being shot by outside people, not so much the police.
And Matt, you heard the chief there kind of say that she wants to address some of the issues, meet with the Community Police Commission and try and have this meaningful exchange in the community about how to best go about policing. And those demands were mentioned. You mentioned defunding the police. What else were those demonstrators asking for? And do you see that discussion continuing?
Well, clearly the discussion will continue. Whether it's going to with the actual leaders of the protest, that's a debatable question because now they have no leverage. They don't have the people standing in front of the East Precinct, those actual protesters. But you have well-established Black Lives Matters, Black-led community groups in Seattle that have had this discussion for quite a while with the city. And I think it's reinvigorated that. And now you have the call for defunding the police. So there's some momentum there. But for the actual leaders, which is kind of a hodgepodge of people that were leading the chop, I think this might be the end of their particular discussions with the mayor because they have nobody to represent.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for your very special insight into that. We want to get out to KOMO's Denise Whitaker. Denise, what can you tell us?
Well, we know that SDOT is now moving in order to start cleaning things up. We were, as you saw a little bit ago, just talking with Seattle Police Chief Best, and now that she has left, police officers moved us out of that intersection because they do have SDOT crews, so Department of Transportation is here. We can see that they're going through tents. They're sort of bagging up belongings. There's even a gentleman with a clipboard who appears to be writing everything down. So this is the next step in trying to clean this up. This is actually at 12th and Pine. So I think right now you're looking at some DOT crews down there on Pine, and if we move the camera left, we can see all the way down the street where there are some honey buckets and things and more DOT crews down there. So that is 12th Avenue. So at 12th and Pine here is where police just told me that SDOT is going to be moving in next in order to get everything cleaned up. We still have police officers on the rooftop of a building across the street here at 12th and Pine as well, kind of watching out, making sure that everything is going to remain peaceful for this cleanup at the moment. So they are definitely staged up on the building there, kind of watching with a bird's eye view. Again, we had asked Chief Best whether or not there were any weapons that were discovered, and she did not seem to have that answer. She just talked about arrests and the fact that they are going to work to take back the East Precinct. They are not in the building yet, but that is definitely part of their next step.
And Denise, how many members of SDOT do you see out onto the city streets getting ready to clean up? And I ask that question only because we saw earlier this week that several members of the demonstrators inside the CHOP had been cutting the rebar on a lot of those cement barricades. So do they even know how they're going to get those barricades out of that area?
No, and I think right now, instead of concentrating on the large barricades, they're seeming to concentrate more on the smaller items, on the tents, on the backpacks, on the things that were just left behind there. It appears as though they're going to try to get all of that cleaned up and perhaps cataloged. That is the city's policy in general. When a navigation team comes through and they clean up any sort of an encampment in the city, they collect those belongings, they store them for a period of time so that if someone wants to come back and collect them, they can. So it just appears that right now, that is the process where they're going to start small and then work their way up larger. Though I don't have that on any official word. It's just what I'm observing out here right now. And, you know, like you said, Ryan, if they are making it difficult for these crews, I'm sure those SDOT crews have got lots of front end loaders, as we saw earlier in the week, and other equipment where they can sort of piece by piece this together. They could probably bring in some dump trucks and whatnot. But that is why police were kind of pushing us back, because they really wanted the SDOT crews to have the space they need to get in here and start working on that cleanup.
Yeah, and we are watching some of that dismantling right now. One of the larger tents in the area just brought down by this person we see on screen right here. For another vantage point, let's go over to Holly at the live desk.
Yeah, we just watched Air 4 move from Cal Anderson Park and now to the area of Pike Street this morning. You can see this live look from Air 4 right now. Bicycle officers have been in this area for quite some time this morning. They formed a line there, not letting anybody onto into that Pike Street area right there. We do see just a small group of protesters on the other side of police officers. It looks like two have sat down, kind of holding steady right there this morning. We do have a couple updates coming into the live desk right now. One from Seattle Fire. We had mentioned earlier that Seattle police said that officers were calling for Seattle Fire for a woman apparently going into labor on the east side of Cal Anderson Park. Seattle Fire is sending out an update that Seattle Fire evaluated that female patient. She did not require any medical treatment or transport to the hospital. So just an update to bring you on that situation. We have some new video released overnight from Seattle Police. This is open source video of violent incidents in Seattle's Capitol Hill occupied protest or the CHOP zone. Let's show you that video. Full disclosure this morning, our editors have worked with it so that it is appropriate to show you on air. Here's a look at the tweet. Let's see if we can actually get to the video that we have of, okay, so apparently this is a video, so we'll try to work on getting you some additional video of what they did see overnight, because there's been a string of violent incidents, as we've been reporting on KOMO News throughout the last couple weeks in terms of what's been happening there. They did release some new video overnight, so we're going to try to get that to you in the next couple of minutes. That was just a tweet from Seattle Police that they had sent out overnight that we've been essentially reading all those tweets to you throughout the morning. As we get those in, we just update you with the latest information from Seattle Police. Back to that live look right now, you can see on Pike Street that there are those police officers holding their line steady. Again, a little bit of an interaction with protesters, but really quite a small group. There are two that you can see right there that are just they're sitting in, digging in their heels as police continue to just hold that perimeter line steady this morning.
And we should mention once again, and there's a lot of concerns about police brutality and the use of pepper spray and flashbangs and some of the earlier tensions with protesters and the police officers. This morning has remained mostly peaceful, except for a handful of arrests. Up to at least 13, maybe more people have been arrested by the Seattle Police Department as they moved in at 5 o'clock to secure the East Precinct Station around that area and the immediate CHOP zone area, and then expanded that perimeter all the way to Broadway, down to Pike, as far north to Denny Way. That is the north side of the Cal Anderson Park, also extending east up to 12th and 13th Avenue. We just heard from Police Chief Carmen Best, once again saying that enough was enough. They decided to move in after that executive order from Mayor Jenny Durkan happening at 2 o'clock this morning. But we saw the police department staging around 5 o'clock this morning. This has been happening for almost 2.5 hours. For the most part, it looks like that perimeter has now been secured around Cal Anderson Park and the CHOP area.
In terms of the precinct, we know that was kind of the crown jewel that they wanted to get to. They have secured that. And Chief Best, in that interview that you were watching right here, when asked, is it going to become immediately operational, she said that they did a sweep earlier today to just make sure that everything was intact. It would. Right now, their main focus is just kind of clearing some things around the area. Then they do want to get back into their precinct and get it operational as soon as they can, though she didn't say just how long until they would actually be in there. All right, we have KOMO's Lee Stoll, who has been down there for us. Lee, where are you now? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, we're at Broadway and Pine, and we had been pushed back a couple of times. Wanted to show you this gentleman was walking by with a sign that says, "I heart Seattle, BLM plus SPD equals great city," and some of the officers here were saying thumbs up. I really like that sign. That's really all we've heard the officers say since they've been standing here pretty stoically, and a couple of people walking by. No interaction really with any of the crowd here. No one coming towards them in any way that we've seen over the last couple of minutes, but just a bit of interaction right there that they were appreciating the sign of someone who had come out to the line where we're standing right now. I want to give you a look past the line, up the hill towards the precinct that we have been able to see. Chief Best was just up there a couple of minutes ago, just beyond those concrete barricades, and then walking up to the East Precinct itself. We've been seeing what basically we've also been seeing over at Cal Anderson, some crews in safety vests methodically going through what's been left out there They're taking down some of those larger tents, really the items that block your view, the bigger items coming down first, and then some of those crews just working through with very large bags and collecting what they can, stuffing it into those bags piece by piece. A lot to clear out here. One woman we talked to earlier saying she thought there were about 100 people here this morning when that order went out to clear out. And since then, just to let you know what we've been hearing, we had some fireworks going off, what sounded like fireworks about a block away from us, and that's why officers pushed forward just a little bit here at Broadway and Pine to be able to get a look down either side of the sidewalk, not knowing what that sound was, but then it turned out to be fireworks. And about 2 hours ago is when we heard the only flash bang we've heard all morning long. Other than that, it has simply been officers on loudspeakers and some people walking the line as well on loudspeakers and some shouting, but at least where the perimeter is set up here, south of the precinct, it's pretty quiet. We're not seeing anybody coming over, rushing in, challenging this line, pushing forward in any way. People are really just walking by, the officers moving side to side every now and then, because a lot of people still live behind this line in these apartment buildings here. They have cars, they're trying to get out and go to work, and beyond that, the line really just isn't moving at all at this point. They're just holding this line as they are among other lines around the precinct, setting up a perimeter, letting anybody know if they go behind this line, again, you do face the chance of being arrested.
All right, and Lee, maybe if we could just ask you one more question. How many people do you see around you? Have you seen an increasing number as we're starting getting a little bit later into the morning, or has it stayed pretty consistent?
It's honestly, it's been pretty consistent. At least where we are, we have really only a handful of people, and these are the same people that have been pushed back with us since the officers came out at the corner of 10th and Pine a while ago. Beyond that, a couple of people who I have spoken to who have walked around the perimeter, or what used to be the perimeter of CHOP, say down Pike, a block south of where we are, they say there are more people over on that side, but we aren't hearing of any issues or confrontations over there, and that was the direction even that Denise Whitaker had walked in a couple of minutes ago and didn't see anything while she was going over to that side. Again, hearing that there were still dozens of people who were inside the perimeter, those who came out say they've only seen a few dozen or so come out. So at least for the size of what they were expecting for people to still be there overnight versus what we've seen on the outside of the perimeter, we really have not seen that many people. The bulk of those tents really over on Cal Anderson still set up, those dozens or so tents. But where we are, at least around the precinct itself, not seeing a lot of people coming over, walking by. The weather might have a part of it. The rain started coming down just a couple of minutes ago. It's really cold for the start of July. Not a lot of people out here this morning.
Right, and we know that at least the latest numbers are about 13 people arrested, and we haven't heard those numbers change in, maybe an hour and a half or so. There was kind of the flurry of arrests that all happened at 5 o'clock when people started to move in, and we didn't get any more updates on number of arrests, at least from Chief Carmen Best. Seattle Human Services is also on site within the CHOP, and we had heard that the navigation team was also working along with the FBI, Seattle Police, and Bellevue Police were all part of this effort to clear some of those tents, particularly by the space that we're seeing right here on the north end of Cal Anderson Park. But here's what Seattle Human Services says, that they are within CHOP right now, and they're going to be offering services and store some of the personal possessions found in the area today. Those people were given orders to disperse very early, and then we saw pretty quickly, too, on the other side of the park, officers just pretty much yelling into the tents for people to get out. So understandable that there would be some stuff left behind. They say that they will have those possessions, and they will offer more information on their Human Services blog as soon as it becomes available, so people will probably be able to get some of that stuff back of whatever is left behind.
Yeah, you can only imagine the navigation teams that are now going tent to tent tent and starting to clear out some of that area are going to have their hands full. Matt Markovich saying during that tent city in that area where there was a kitchen and an entire community and even a garden, up to 40 to 50 tents were in that area. But let's check in with Holly at the live desk. You were looking at something from Air 4.
Yeah, we have a live look from Air 4 to show you right now, but I just wanted to piggyback on what Kelly was saying about Seattle Human Services Department. They sent out that tweet, but there's some additional information that they just sent out as well. They said that essentially they've begun the second week of outreach at the CHOP, offering shelter and services to people living in the unsheltered area. They have some new numbers that they released. They go from June 23rd through June 29th. So the Human Services Department has made a total of 124 engagements. They said that's duplicated with unhoused individuals, 18 referrals to shelters, and 19 connections to service providers. They do say those figures are preliminary, but they provide the best snapshot of the recently available data that they've been able to gather as this CHOP area has formed. So we know that from the Seattle Human Services Department. Another live look to bring you, though, of those officers still lined up in that area of the East Precinct, that CHOP area. As we've been seeing workers start to tear down some of those tents in that area, and we've continued to see Seattle police form that perimeter, hold that line. Here's another live look to bring you from Air 4. This is, again, that Cal Anderson Park area where Seattle police made a sweep through there in our 6 o'clock hour, getting out any further demonstrators, checking for tents to see if there was anybody left in those tents. We did see them take down what appeared to be one giant tent that had been formed with tarps and some tents and a few different fence pieces that they broke up too. They're also checking, when they made that sweep for protesters under trees and bushes and all that. But they continue to hold that perimeter right there. There is, again, that small group gathered out there, but for the most part, from what we can see right here, it remains pretty peaceful. Guys, I think our last arrest numbers that we have, 13 arrests.
Just 13, but
it was just 13. That was a long time ago. We need to get a call in to see if we can get some updated numbers for sure, because it's likely increased since what we've seen play out on our live channels throughout the morning.
And Holly, you were talking about Health and Human Services, how they're now on the ground and the navigation teams are now going through the tents. We also saw some members of the SDOT crews now arriving. Let's go back out to Como's Denise Whitaker. So Denise, where exactly are you? It looks like you're just outside the East Precinct Station.
Absolutely. I want to tell you that just in the last moment, I watched several K-9 officer teams walk back into the East Precinct. So they just went in through this door here. They had K-9s with them. So no doubt they're going in to sweep the building, find out exactly what has happened, if anything, inside that building. Again, Chief Best had told us just about 30 minutes or so that they were not in the building yet, but I did just watch police officers walk inside. SDOT crews are here trying to disassemble everything that has been in the middle of the street here on 12th Avenue. So they are going piece by piece. The police bicycle group is still back here up at Pike. They are definitely holding a line, and I'm now starting to hear some people chant up there in terms of some sort of a chant. I can't understand exactly what they're saying, so I'll have to walk up there in a minute and see exactly what's happening there. But this is definitely going to be a process of trying to get all of this through. And you guys were talking a bit about the human services. I did definitely confirm with Mark Jameson with Seattle Police Department that the navigation team's been here for several days. And I also just talked with a security guard. He was hired as private security here to watch some of these businesses, and he has been here every night, all night. He's not been here at all during the day. He was here this morning just before 5 o'clock. He said everything was perfectly quiet, and then all of a sudden police just showed up and people started waking up and leaving. And I asked him specifically, did it appear as though the people in the tents who were waking up knew what was happening? They knew the police were coming. And he said, yes, it did kind of seem like they had warning. They didn't know exactly when that moment would come, but it did not seem like too much of a surprise to them. So if that is the case, then it does appear as though the navigation team had been here, had been doing its job, had let everyone know that this time would come where they would absolutely have to vacate their spaces. So that's what I just got from talking with a private security guard who, again, has been out here every night watching some of these local businesses. He said it's just been horrible for the people who live here having to deal with it. And of course, we've had people who live and work in this area telling us that in the last few weeks as well. So I'm going to move down. I'll toss it back to you guys, and I'll move down and let you know exactly what's happening down where the bicycle officers are holding the line down there. But again, just to let you know, there are now police officers, K-9 units inside the East Precinct going inside. I watched them do that, and no doubt they're trying to figure out exactly what damage, if anything, has been done and make sure, I'm sure that there are no people inside there at this moment.
All right. And Denise, thank you so much. You touched on it right there. The people who live and work in the area, what is their reaction this morning? We have on the phone now Kelly Forsyth, who lives in the area. Thank you for making some time for us this morning. Why don't you give us your reaction, what you've seen, what you've heard this morning?
Their right includes like taking over someone's neighborhood with guns. No?
Hi, Kelly. This is Kelly Koopmans with Como News. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you. Why don't you give us some of your reaction to what has happened this morning?
Well, the helicopter woke me up, and I've been waiting for this to happen.
And Kelly,
I feel bad for the guy that's in the street, like pulling up his sweatshirt, showing off his gun to people. But plenty of my neighbors have been threatened by people with guns pointing them at our faces here. So I think it's been a long time for people to go home.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about you? Do you live in the area? What have these last few weeks been like for you in your day-to-day routine?
Oh man, it's been crazy. Yeah, I live right by 11th and East.
And this morning, what else did you hear other than the helicopter? Have you been able to look outside and get your own vantage point on what's happening?
Yeah, I'm looking at the fire escape right now over 11th and Denny.
And what do you see?
I can see the line of police officers and one black gentleman who's got a megaphone and he's shouting at 10 or so other protest-appearing people that they shouldn't leave. Frankly, if I had a megaphone, I'd be telling them to go home. I think this is an answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Kelly Forsyth, Capitol Hill resident, a longtime resident. We had spoke to you earlier this week about some of the situations happening down in the CHOP neighborhood. But we want to check back in with Como's Lee Stoll, who's outside the perimeter that the Seattle PD had moved after dispersing everyone outside the CHOP zone. What are you seeing now, Lee?
Yeah, as we've said, it's been pretty quiet and peaceful out here. We've had a couple of people walking up and down the line, taking pictures of the officers' badges and their names. Some people dancing back and forth, yelling obscenities at the officers, but this line not flinching, not moving. One person walking by with a sign saying, "I love Seattle," and Black Lives Matter and Seattle PD together equal a great city. And some of the officers, again, had given their thumbs up about that. So really a mixed review of what we're seeing out here. But what we aren't seeing are a lot of people. We only have about a handful standing with us. We have been looking up the hill, keeping an eye on what we've been able to see around the East Precinct. Again, we saw the chief out there just a couple of minutes ago after doing that brief news conference Denise was at. And outside the precinct itself, some of those crews just methodically going through some of the debris, the tents, the signs, and other things that have been built up around the East Precinct, just putting a lot of that into bags and removing it from the exterior of the precinct, much like what they're doing over in Cal Anderson. And sound-wise, again, we had some fireworks down the street about an hour ago that really rattled the officers a little bit who are holding this perimeter here. The bike cops, it seems they are watching out inside the perimeter that's been set up here, and when something comes across or they hear of some sort of conflict or confrontation, they immediately disperse and come over to that area, and that's when we saw the bike cops come over here and just see if everything was okay as well. And it turned out to be fireworks just about a block from where we are. And then that flashbang we heard earlier this morning as those officers moved over to Cal Anderson Park more than 2 hours ago. That really is all we have heard from the officers, other than orders to keep backing up as we did down Pine all the way here to Broadway. So really at this point, just holding this line is what the officers are doing. Every now and then some people are trying to get out because, again, a lot of people do live beyond here in these apartments. They've been trying to get to work, getting their cars out, walking out as well. But beyond that, the officers are simply just standing here holding this line while others are doing their work behind them.
All right, Lee, thank you. Roughly 2.5 hours ago, the view that you're looking at right now was the CHOP. And as you are seeing now, about 2.5 hours later, those SDOT crews were dismantling the whole area. Keeping in mind, though, things aren't going to be back to normal necessarily in the immediate future because they have so many of those concrete barriers they still need to move. You're also getting a live look at one of the perimeters that is also being held. Our crews have been right there as they were pushed back farther and farther away from the East Precinct. We've also seen some people in that shot. You saw two people sitting on the ground, police surrounding them. Didn't appear to be anything violent. Importantly, though, just about 40 minutes ago, we heard from Chief Best for the first time in person since SPD moved in to dismantle CHOP. Let's give you a listen to what she said.
Good morning, everyone. 2 hours ago, our department was part of a coordinated city effort to address life safety, public health, and public property damage on Capitol Hill, around Cal Anderson Park, and the Seattle Police Department East Precinct. Under an executive order from Mayor Durkin, the Seattle Police Department was among the first of the city agencies to enter this area today. Our job was to vacate the area and issue dispersal orders. This order and our police response comes after weeks of violence in and around the Capitol Hill occupied protest zone, including multiple shootings resulting in many injuries and 2 deaths of 2 teenagers. At this point, we've had at least 13 arrests. I don't have the specifics on all of the arrests. My plan is to update all of you with more information as it becomes available later today. I want to reiterate what I have said. I support peaceful demonstrations. Black Lives Matter. And I too want to help propel this movement forward toward meaningful exchange in our community and meaningful change in our community. But enough is enough. Our job is to protect and to serve the community. Our job is to support peaceful demonstrations. But what has happened here on these streets over the last 2 weeks, few weeks that is lawless and it's brutal. And bottom line, it is simply unacceptable. I will continue to work with our Community Police Commission, our Office of Police Accountability, and our Office of Inspector General, and all of our community partners and city leaders to encourage peace and move forward with how to re-envision public safety in our city. I'll take a few questions.
And you're listening to Chief Carmen Best. That was about 40 minutes ago as the chief made her way down to the CHOP just outside the East Precinct station. She had been calling for the Seattle PD to get the okay to move in and move out the CHOP area and retake the East Precinct station. Once again saying enough is enough. Our job is to support peaceful demonstrations, but what has happened here in these streets over the last few weeks is lawless, and it's brutal, and it's bottom line, it's simply unacceptable. As we get a live look from Cal Anderson Park, this is the area where the Seattle PD moved into the CHOP, not only securing the East Precinct station, but then expanding that perimeter out to Broadway and also to the north side of Cal Anderson Park. That's where they swept those tents, about 40 to 50 tents in that area. And right now, as we speak, the navigation teams are going in, collecting a lot of belongings and collecting a lot of possessions from a lot of people as they begin to document who was in there and try to store some of those items that belong and personal items that belong to some of the people that were living there.
All right, let's get out to a perimeter right now. We have KOMO's Denise Whitaker standing by for us. Denise, where are you? What are you seeing?
I'm right outside the East Precinct. I'm on 12th Avenue in between Pike and Pine. And as I mentioned earlier, we have some protesters. I don't know if you can see them on the other side of the bicycle officers there, but they are sitting on the ground and they are yelling George Floyd, Breonna Taylor repeatedly. And just a moment ago, it's interesting, there were a few more bicycle officers that sort of pushed in a little bit because those who are sitting on the pavement had actually stood up. And so officers were not sure exactly exactly what their next intention was, but now they have gone back to sitting on the ground and continuing to chant the names of those who have died in police custody. So this is just at Pike and 12th Avenue here, and this is just in the middle of what was the chop zone, or is the chop zone, where SDOT crews are also working to dismantle everything. Again, if you didn't hear my last report, I about 15-20 minutes ago watched police officers, canine teams, actually go into the East Precinct. I've not seen them come back out yet. So they entered those doors right there to the left of your screen, and they went inside, I imagine, to see exactly what was happening in there, if anyone had gotten in or if there had been any other damage done. It is going to take some time to get all of this cleaned up, but SDOT crews are making progress this morning. They've already disassembled all of the plywood with some power tools that had been sitting and erected over those concrete barriers there. And now it appears as though the honey bucket man is here to collect or clean up the honey bucket. So it's definitely going to be a very large mess that has to be cleaned up. Not to mention just all of the graffiti that's just painted over all of these buildings. It's going to take some time for the business owners, the property owners, to really get all of this cleaned up, and for the city to get things done. The one question that, again, I feel as though I wish I had a chance to ask Chief Best earlier when I was part of her statement, but she didn't take any more questions, is they brought in extra power this morning. They brought in other departments to help them make sure, they had enough backup to get everything cleared out this morning. So I think the big question now is whether or not they can maintain what they've done with just Seattle Police Department and just Seattle personnel. So that's certainly one of the questions that I know we'll be asking as the day moves on today. The other question I feel is important is exactly where any of these negotiations are. We saw that the group put out a list of new demands, and, in terms of defunding police department, they don't want them to be called police officers. They want them to be called de-escalation officers. I did ask Chief Best about that as well, and she said that they are going to work with them and see what they can do in order to maintain the peace and come up with some policies that everybody can abide by. So again, just maybe 3 protesters just here sitting on Pike at 12th Avenue, but otherwise at this section of the chop zone outside the precinct, the East Precinct, everything is calm, at least at the moment.
And Denise, you had mentioned that you've seen several canine officers and canine dogs go inside the East Precinct. At this moment, do you know if those are bomb-sniffing dogs? Are they looking for weapons? Are they looking for drugs? Do you know specifically what those canines are being used for?
I don't. I was really wondering that, and I was trying to see, a lot of times the dog will have some sort of a vest or harness that it's wearing that does indicate exactly that particular dog's specialty. But with all of the tents and the debris between me and those officers, I could not see that. So I wondered the exact same thing, Ryan, as I watched those teams go into the East Precinct. But there were at least 2 dogs that I saw go in, and there may have been more, and a few other officers that went in with them. So we'll just have to, next chance we get, to ask the chief or one of the other spokespeople for the police department, ask them exactly what they were doing in there.
We do know that there are still the outstanding homicide suspects that they're looking for in terms of Monday, what happened. Let's get over to Holly.
Yeah, Kelly, I'll take it from here right now. I just want to show you this live look outside Cal Anderson Park right now, where we are getting this ground view. Officers still in that lineup. I want to show you some new video that has now come into the live desk. Our editors working to make sure that the graphic content has been removed. Do want to warn you, though, you are seeing some of the violence inside shops. Seattle police releasing this video overnight. The city of Seattle also tweeting out the video and saying this: today the public will see an SPD operational response in the East Precinct in Cal Anderson Park. It's what we saw all play out on live channels this morning. We've been bringing you this live coverage since all this started at about 5 a.m. They said officers will be donning a variety of uniforms based on their assignment for the day. Some will be wearing a higher level of protective gear. We've seen that. We've brought you those updates. The city saying this equipment not meant to be preemptive show of force. Police, though, utilizing the equipment because individuals associated with the CHOP area are known to be armed and dangerous, and who may also be associated with those active shootings, homicides, robberies, assaults, and other violent crimes. And then they released this video saying it contains several open source media recordings of just what has been playing out inside the CHOP in those evening hours. They also released some new information this morning, which I did share with you earlier. I'll share with you again. This information is data that represents National Incident-Based Reporting System. It is standard for law enforcement agencies, and it covers the time from June 8th to June 30th of 2020. It is in that CHOP zone, and it talks about the different criminal acts that have taken place over that time. Again, just want to remind you, this is video that was sent out by the City of Seattle, and our editors have worked to edit this video, but you're seeing a man right here in this video carrying, it seems to be a very large firearm right there. That information when it comes to the criminal acts that they've seen inside CHOP include this. Aggravated assault, 11 in 2020. This is just, again, June 8th to June 30th. 11, and in 2019 the total was 2. Other different offenses that have taken place: assaults, 14 in 2020, and in 2019 the total was 9. Let's just remind you too, we're only halfway through 2020 at this time right now. Other things that have taken place: larceny and theft, 8 this year, and then let's see, property offenses, it looks like 8 in 2020, a total of 5 in 2019. The grand total, though, overall for 2020, 65 different criminal acts in this zone compared to 37. And again, that is for all of 2019.
And that's worth mentioning because, you know, of the deadly shooting that happened on Monday, likely putting more pressure on the city to take some kind of an action to wrap this up. So here we are then just a couple days later, very early in the morning at 5 a.m., moving in. It's also worth mentioning in some of the earlier video that we showed, we saw Chief Best there walking through the CHOP zone, or what used to be the CHOP, and then into the East Precinct. So worth mentioning on that note. We want to get out to Como's Lee Stoll to see what she's seeing right now. Lee?
Okay. All right. Well, ask me anything you want. So how about it?
Hi, guys. We're at the corner of Pine and Broadway, and I was just talking to Lamar, who lives in the area here. What do you think of what you're seeing this morning?
I'm happy to see the police back in the neighborhood. You know, I think CHOP had an important message. I'm glad their message got out, and I think some of it should continue. But as far as an illegal takeover of a neighborhood, that was just unsustainable. So it's good to see these guys back.
And you say you live actually just a block or two away from here. So how did you even know this was happening?
I didn't hear a sound because it's a pretty secure building, and I had the earplugs in. But I checked my iPad this morning when I got up, and I saw that the police had moved in. So I said I'd come down here and check it out.
And from your perspective, how does it look from where we are standing right now? We haven't seen much conflict or anything with the officers, at least from where we are.
Well, I've talked to some of the officers, and they said a few people were arrested, but you know, no violence, no shots fired or anything like that. I think the worst thing was maybe some pepper spray was used on somebody, but I think it went over pretty well. I've talked to a few of the officers, and that's what they've told me.
How about for the last couple of weeks? How has it been for you to go shopping, to do things around the neighborhood, knowing that this was an area that some people were saying to stay away from?
It really hasn't bothered me personally because I live far enough away from it that it hasn't really impacted me. But as far as, like, for some of the people who literally live in buildings like the Packard building right here, I don't know how they dealt with it. Not to mention people were shooting off fireworks in Cal Anderson Park several times, including last night.
So like you said, there was a message to get out, but do you think there was a point where that was being muted by, unfortunately, the violence that we were seeing here?
Absolutely. Because there's an argument to be made as far as allocation of resources, you know, for communities that have been underserved. There's an argument to be made for police reforms, but I think the message got lost after a while.
So you are happy to see what is happening this morning?
I'm thrilled that they're back. Absolutely. Couldn't be happier.
Lamar, thanks for talking to us. And as we were saying, the line here behind, thank you. The line here is where officers have been for a while. This is the line that they have been holding, one of those perimeter lines since the East. They fanned out from the East Precinct a couple of hours ago. We're hearing a little bit more shouting now. It's been quiet most of the morning, but a few more people now coming out this way. But again, just officers just holding this line here just south of the precinct. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Lee. Giving you a live look now outside to, I believe we're going to Cal Anderson Park. This is on the north side of Cal Anderson Park, where the police did a sweep of that tent city on the north side, and where also we saw that community garden. About 40 to 50 tents were in that area at the time, and now navigation teams are going through collecting possessions and belongings as that perimeter has now expanded. Earlier in the morning, around 5 o'clock this morning, about 3 hours ago, that's where they set up and staged just outside the East Precinct Station and took down those barricades, or excuse me, did not take down the barricades, but they took down protesters and told people to disperse around that shop area. And then from that area, they started to expand that perimeter. And what you're looking at is the very north end of the perimeter, just outside of Cal Anderson Park.
All right, let's get back out to KOMO's Denise Whitaker. Denise, what's the latest there?
Well, to answer Ryan's question and the question that I had earlier, I did talk with Mark Jamieson with Seattle Police Department, and he did tell me that what they did was they sent SWAT into the East Precinct first. Then they sent in bomb-sniffing dogs, arson and bomb dogs, because they've not had control of that building for several weeks now. They wanted to know exactly what was in there. So those officers are still inside right now doing a sweep of the East Precinct right back there. And the next steps are, as I mentioned earlier, the honey bucket guy is here. He is going to pick up the honey buckets, take those away, and Jameson told me that as soon as those honey buckets are gone, then SDOT is going to move in and start taking out those concrete barriers so that they can get that street back open. So again, to answer the question that we had earlier, bomb-sniffing arson dogs are inside the East Precinct right now, along with the SWAT team. The SWAT team went in first, followed by the bomb and arson team, and they are making sure that there is nothing in there that will be unsafe or harmful to officers, so that they can eventually take back that building, since they've not been there for several weeks now. Bicycle officers here at the corner of 12th and Pike, I should say, still just holding the line and letting people come through. There is an apartment building right down the street behind me here that does have people coming and going, trying to get to work. So every time a vehicle comes out, they have to let those people get through the barricade. And there are still a couple of people who are, again, sitting in the middle of the street, chanting the names of those who have died in police custody. So that is what's happening here, at least at 12th and Pike.
And Denise, it looked like from one of our other shots, it appeared that Chief Carmen Best was touring the shop area. From your perspective and from your vantage point, were you able to see her or any of the other top officials moving through that area?
No, I have not. And in fact, that's how I ran into Mark Jamieson, because he did not like the position that we were standing in, so we were pushed out a little bit further. So with each point that she has moved through with her team, we've been kind of pushed back. And I think just for the sake of that, they're trying to get all of these large vehicles through, like the honey bucket truck. They definitely wanted the honey bucket truck to get through. So they're trying to keep things to a minimum in terms of distractions in that regard, I think.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Holly in the live desk. What are you looking at?
Yes.
Ryan, I think I'm just seeing one of the DOT cameras right now this morning, just popped up on one of our live sources. And you can see this right here. It looks like we've got possibly a line of officers right here, and then a small group of protesters there. Again, I believe this is the DOT camera, again, coming in on one of our live channels right now. But I just want to take you back and tell you how this all played out over the last couple of hours. It was right around 5 a.m. where Seattle police tweeted out that due to ongoing violence and public safety issues in that East Precinct, Cal Anderson Park area, Mayor Jenny Durkan had issued an executive order to vacate that area. And it was just within minutes that we saw Seattle police in that area this morning enforcing the mayor's order. They do say since demonstrations at the East Precinct area began on June 8th, so just about 3 weeks ago, 2 teenagers have been killed. We've brought you that on KOMO Morning News and throughout our other newscasts, and 3 people have been seriously wounded in those late night shootings. Police also documenting robberies, assaults, and other violent crimes. I've shared some of that information with you throughout this morning in terms of the numbers of different criminal acts that they've seen just from June 8th to June 30th in that shop area compared to the total schedule for 2019. We did see police move in. They did the sweeps of Cal Anderson Park, moved into that chop zone. Also, as they repeated orders to protesters to disperse, also gave them warning that arrests would be made. Our latest numbers that we have are 13, but we certainly feel here on KOMO Morning News that those numbers are likely outdated. We just don't have another update. Another update has not come in. Another live look to bring you right now this morning. This is in the Cal Anderson Park area. It looks like we have a police commander yelling something out there right now this morning. Again, there's police holding their line near that Cal Anderson Park area. They swept that during our 6 o'clock hour. We brought you that live coverage as they moved across the ball field, and they moved into that tent encampment in that north end of the park where several tents had been set up. And in talking with our reporter Matt Markovich this morning, who's covered this extensively and provided some really great insight for us, there was about 40 to 50 tents in that north part of the park. And when we saw police move through, from what I could see from the Air Force shot, I only saw one protester leave the tent. It looked like at that point most tents had already been vacated by protesters, but they had the K-9 out there doing a search of tents in that area. And then after they moved through that area, they went across the playground and then into the northern part of that park as they finished their sweep, checking for any more tents, if there's any protesters in any tents or under trees or bushes. So now they are again holding their line at that perimeter. It looks like they've got one protester walking with officers just behind that line of police officers right there this morning. That's just a recap to bring you of what we've watched over now the last 3 hours from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock this morning, starting with seeing Seattle police start to move in on a live channel and then seeing the executive order issued by the mayor and Seattle police moving in.
All right, it is 8:01 right now. If you are just joining us, we are continuing breaking news coverage as Seattle police move in to dismantle the CHOP demonstration area on Capitol Hill. We will not be breaking to GMA today as we continue our special coverage. Also, just in right now, we are hearing an update on the number of arrests. That number was 13 about an hour and a half ago. It has now been bumped up to 23 total arrests.
And we want to bring you some new video just into the newsroom. This is the moment that police, and this is from Air 4, moved into the CHOP zone, not outside the East Precinct Station, but instead on the north end of Cal Anderson Park. And they began to dismantle some of those tents and that tent city. That has become its own community, including a community garden on the north end of Cal Anderson Park. Matt Markovich telling us there was about 40 to 50 tents in that community, and the police moving in and taking down those tents and moving those people out. As Kelly mentioned earlier, it was 13 arrests that we were reporting. That number now updated to 23. Navigation teams are now in that area as we speak, and they're collecting possessions of a lot of the people who were living there, whether they were homeless or just residents of that CHOP area. But new video in this morning from Air 4, that CHOP area and the tent city on the north end now dismantled or in the process of being dismantled as we speak.
And if you are wondering what the very latest is as of right now, we are just learning that Seattle police are moving in and sweeping the East Precinct, being able to get in. Denise Whitaker actually bringing that to us. So Denise, why don't we get back to you and tell us what is happening right now?
Well, we still have these protesters who are sitting on the ground here, and they are chanting the names of those who have died in police custody, and bicycle officers are still here. And I just talked with a gentleman who is in the area. He lives and works here in the area, and, you know, he didn't want to go on camera, but here's what he said. He just feels very heartened that the city came in and did this today. He said it was really starting to feel like the state had been overrun, that they were completely out of control, that the city was out of control. And so he just said that it really makes him feel great seeing that police have been able to retake control of the East Precinct and of Cal Anderson Park and the entire area. He actually likened it to, you know, seeing some of what he called the rebels out here. He said to him it just looked like Hamas standing somewhere, and that was his words that he said. So he is just happy that everything is perhaps going to get back to normal, or at least some a semblance of it here coming up. The SWAT team and arson bomb sniffing dogs are in the East Precinct trying to figure out if there are any dangerous things in there, any unsafe conditions before officers can actually go in and fully reclaim the East Precinct. But progress is definitely being made, at least in this block where we have been at 12th and Pike, where they are trying to get things cleaned up and they are trying to keep everyone in order. Again, where we are anyway, there are only 2 actual protesters sitting here, and everyone else seems to be either holding the line in terms of an officer or just kind of walking around. And then, of course, the third group are those who are actually trying to clean up and get something done. And we are also seeing people who are just trying to get to work. There are several, residences here on 12th Avenue, and people are trying to get out. It looks like there's a car coming through right now that perhaps this person has come out of their apartment building and they are trying to get to work. So I'm sure that those who live and work in this area will be happy to see that once everything is actually cleaned up, that they can get back to things, because we do know they've told us that it's been very difficult living here, whether, you consider the noise. There were areas I was walking in this morning that I knew I had to watch out for feces, and sure enough, I found them. And so it's just not a sanitary or safe condition at all for people who have been living and working in this area with this occupation going on for weeks now. So again, Seattle Police Department still working to reclaim the East Precinct, but they do have SWAT and arson bomb dogs in there right now, sweeping that building to make sure that it is safe for people to return at some point.
All right, Denise, thank you. And just as Denise was speaking there, we had our other camera that was showing us some live arrests happening. A handful of people there. We saw a couple with their arms behind their backs as well, similar to what you are seeing right here. Our current arrest counts were at 23. That was last reported by SPD at 7:45. That number clearly will go up, as we've just in this last couple of minutes seen a handful of people appear to be taken into custody by Seattle Police as well. Seattle Police all morning long, we've seen them in their helmets. They've had some of their batons with them. And the reason why they did that is because they knew there was the potential that people were armed inside the CHOP as they got ready to move in. And Holly, at the live desk, we are just getting some pictures of what some of these people had on them.
We are. I'll show those to you in just a moment, but I just want to show you this live channel, which we're showing you right now. I just counted 5 additional arrests, or at least folks in handcuffs, from this situation at Cal Anderson Park. Let's get to those pictures right now. Here's a look at what they are. Let me explain a little bit of what's going on. Seattle Police tweeting out, Kelly's been mentioning and Ryan have been mentioning the 23 arrests in that CHOP zone for failure to disperse, obstruction, resisting arrest, and assault. Those are some of the offenses. And again, this is of 7:45, but we just watched 5 additional people be put into handcuffs. So that's bringing it up to 28 if those people are indeed arrested. One of the arrestees, though, Seattle Police says was a 29-year-old man and was in possession of a large metal pipe, pictured right here, as well as a kitchen knife, pictured right here, when he was taken into custody. Take a look at that kitchen knife right there. It looks like they even put a ruler to see just how big that is. So again, one of the arrests include a 29-year-old man who was carrying a large metal pipe that I just showed you, and then this kitchen knife when he was taken into custody. And again, some of those offenses include failure to disperse, obstruction, resisting arrest, and assault.
And Holly, along with that kitchen pipe, or that pipe and that kitchen knife, we also saw video from SPD released this morning showing that people and protesters inside the CHOP area were actually armed with firearms and some rifles and some handguns. Once again, we saw that video released by SPD. Let's get back out to KOMO's Lee Stoll, who is live on, I believe you're on Broadway and Pine, or you looks like you've moved.
Yeah, we're actually on Pike right now, and I want to show that black vehicle driving away really quickly. That actually was the chief who was up here with the officers. We just came to one of the other intersections where we've seen these officers holding this line. She just worked herself down the line, shaking hands with these officers, patting them on the arms, kind of giving them just some reinforcement and some well wishes for the work that they're doing out here this morning. And it looks like she's doing that at basically every intersection where these officers have been setting up this perimeter. So we're on Pike right now. Wanted to take a look just a block away from where we were, saying that business is usual as you get away from the CHOP zone itself, that people are going to work. Some people are out on a run. But we've been bringing up some of the issues that are going to be left over from all of this. By the way, just beyond the officers here, we can see that Seattle Police, they just recently brought in 2 Metro buses, Unclear what they're for, but they've been bringing in a lot of cars and different equipment. We have 1, 2, 3 police cruisers that are parked along the street where we are right here, and they've been going beyond this line as well. Just a lot of equipment starting to feed into the CHOP as they're starting to clear it out. And these are the issues that Denise had been pointing out as well, just kind of the sanitary issues that a lot of people have been dealing with around here for the last couple of weeks. Overflowing trash cans. This is walking up Pike that we've been seeing, and this is outside this autonomous zone. A lot of things that need to be cleaned up. And then a block up from where we are, we're seeing a few more people who are standing around outside of that new line that officers are holding around the precinct itself. So again, if you get about a block or two away from where all of this is happening, you may not even have a sense that anything is going on other than the helicopters flying overhead. We've also been seeing some drones flying over, not exactly clear where they are from. But this is, again, one more of those vantage points that you can see the officers not only holding this line, but they also have their police cruisers coming in. They have several staged outside of this line ready to go in, officers sitting in there as well. And the chief also coming by, just shaking hands with these officers and talking with them as to what's happening this morning.
All right, Lee, thank you. If you are just joining us, we have about 23 people who have been arrested in Seattle's CHOP area, or what used to be the CHOP area, as you get a live look right now of Air 4 onto Capitol Hill as Seattle police officers flooded the area early this morning at about 5 a.m., 3 hours ago, to clear out the weeks-long occupation there. Seattle Mayor Jenny Durkan issuing that executive order, essentially declaring CHOP and the authorizing police to move in and to clear the streets. That's what we have been covering for you this morning as Seattle police have expanded their perimeter here. We heard Lee and Denise both talking about things that they have been found left behind, and there's a lot of cleanup here. And Holly, you are hearing about some very unique stuff that is being found as police move in.
Yeah, Kelly, Ryan, take a look at this, and everybody watching, take a look at some of these pictures coming in from Seattle police. They just tweeted this out, and just moments ago I showed you a large metal pipe and a kitchen knife that a 29-year-old man was carrying when he was arrested. So Seattle police said city workers have recovered improvised spike strips. They're designed to puncture vehicle tires. These were found in the area of the CHOP. Okay, take a close look at this picture. This looks like a piece of plywood, and then take a look. Nails have been hammered through that piece of plywood. Thick nails too. So if you were to, drive your vehicle tire over that, it would certainly puncture a tire. Here's another picture that they tweeted out saying spike strip. And sure enough, we just saw about that previous picture that they had certainly made, some spike strips that could certainly do some damage to the vehicles. This picture also shows just a closer look at some of the graffiti that is just riddled on some of those buildings in that area near the East Precinct. And we talk about cleanup. We certainly talk about having to clean off all that graffiti on those buildings in that area of the CHOP zone. So, we're seeing a lot of interesting things. And Kelly, Ryan, I don't think this is the end of it. We could see a lot more different pictures of things that have been rigged up in that CHOP zone.
Yeah, as the crews begin to comb through that area, they're going to find a lot of things. And as we mentioned before, we saw the spike strips, we saw the pipe, we saw the knife. And a lot of people were wondering why the massive response. Well, a lot of that massive response from the police department in that riot gear, armed and ready to go, was because of the fear of violence and potential armed protesters in the area. Earlier this morning, we saw Chief Carmen Best touring the area. She also took time to speak about the moving into the CHOP zone and retaking the East Precinct Station. Let's listen in what she had to say about an hour ago.
Our job was to vacate the area and issue dispersal orders. This order and our police response comes after weeks of violence in and around the Capitol Hill occupied protest zone, including multiple shootings resulting in many injuries and 2 deaths of 2 teenagers.
And Chief Carmen Best talking about the shooting and the killings of 2 people inside the CHOP zone, the most recent happening on Monday. That shooting involving a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old. The 14-year-old still recovering at Harborview Medical Center. The 16-year-old dying from his wounds at Harborview Medical Center. The first person to die, that happened on June 20th. 19-year-old Lorenzo Anderson died when he was shot inside the CHOP zone. Chief Carmen Best touring the area as we mentioned, saying thank you to the officers who moved in to secure the area. We saw Chief Best going into the East Precinct Station. Before that, they had swept the East Precinct Station, as Como's Denise Whitaker had told us that they brought in some arson and some bomb dogs to make sure that area was safe. And speaking of Denise Whitaker, let's go back live to her with the very latest from her position and her vantage point. Denise.
Yeah, we are still here at 12th and Pike, and officers are still just standing guard, and we have the same number of protesters out here at the moment. It's interesting to all of the people who are kind of walking by and coming around with their cell phones and getting their own video, neighborhood people just wanting to see what's happening, many of them waiting for this day to come for weeks now, that this CHOP zone would be disassembled and taken down, and the day has finally arrived for them. So definitely people are happy about that and waiting for the next steps to really get moving in terms of getting everything cleaned up and moved out of the way, getting traffic moving again in this area. 12th Avenue's been shut down, just one of several streets shut down in the area. So very difficult for people, just trying to get out and go to work or get to where they need to go. We've seen a few of those people make it through the barricades this morning. Outside the East Precinct here on 12th, they are trying to get things moved out of the way so they can clear this street. They're loading up the honey buckets right now in order to get those out. And once those are out of the way, then the DOT crews will come in and start removing all of those concrete barriers. Those crews already earlier this morning made very quick work with some power tools. They had drills, power drills that they were disassembling all of the plywood boxes that had been on top of those concrete barriers. And so once they get the honey buckets out, they'll get the concrete out, and they can get traffic moving again and get all of the tents and the other debris that's been left behind on there cleaned up as well. We don't know exactly when the Seattle Police will be able to actually move back into the East Precinct, but Chief Best, of course, this morning said that is the goal, to take that over and to allow people to, again, peacefully, as she has said all along, peacefully make their voices heard, but in a way that does not disrupt people. So this is what's happening out here this morning outside the CHOP zone. We were moved out. We were a little bit further in, closer to the East Precinct, and we got moved out a little bit. But the work will continue throughout the day today, trying to get everything cleaned up here.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier this morning, clearing those concrete barriers is not going to be an easy task because a lot of the rebar loops have been cut. So they're going to have to bring in some larger machinery than would normally be required. So Holly, as we get a live look right now, I mean, this is going to be dismantled, not the barriers, but inside. That's the big task today, right now.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing on this live Air Force shot to bring you right now. And as I've just been watching over the last couple minutes, city workers, they really have a system, it seems like. If you look in one part of the screen, you can see that they're essentially stacking up some of those plywood pieces right here. You can kind of see them bringing them over there, moving those, putting them into a pile. You mentioned, Denise, that Denise mentioned that they've been using power tools earlier to take down some of this stuff. Yeah, we still see those concrete barriers up, but again, they're moving those different plywood slabs, I guess you could call them, into a pile there. And then we've slowly started to see them and police moving through parts of those tents as well. And it looks like we've got a couple officers possibly going in and out of the East Precinct right there. But yeah, they're certainly, making their way through this mess. And we've got some city trucks now coming in, likely going to load up the couple things they've gathered, put some of that onto those trucks and take it away. But city workers, they have to be really careful going through these things, and especially this CHOP zone. We heard from Denise just what she's seen this morning, and now we've heard from Seattle Police as to what's been discovered by city workers as they work to clean up this area. We just showed you those improvised spike strips with that plywood board, it appears, with nails just hammered through, and I don't know how many inches long those nails are, but that could certainly puncture a tire if your vehicle were to travel across that. And just a few other things. We know that Seattle Police, in the various arrests that they've made just this morning, 23 at last count, but could be likely more just from what we've seen play out on the live channels, that even one person was carrying a kitchen knife and a pipe. So it's going to be real interesting to see what else they discover as they make their way through this CHOP zone, cleaning it up. Back to this live Air Force shot that you're seeing right here. Take a look at those city workers are starting to put those boards onto those trucks to take away. A few other things that protesters have used as they set up camp here for the last 3 weeks. All that stuff getting removed, city workers piling it up and now putting it onto trucks, and those trucks trucks will drive it out and take care of it. But they still have a lot to go through in terms of tents and just debris in that chop zone. And then it comes to cleaning up all that graffiti.
Yeah, and they're taking their precautions. As Denise mentioned earlier, she had learned that they needed to go into the East Precinct and actually have a bomb-sniffing dog go through to make sure that it was safe, because they haven't been in since they went in a couple of weeks ago, actually, when our cameras were able to be right there as Chief Best walked in for the first time since it had been abandoned. And inside, they didn't find any significant damage at that point by any means. So this is the first time that they've been able to go in since that initial walkthrough a couple of weeks ago. And they're just being careful to make sure everything's in order. But it won't be operational, at least in the immediate future, because they clearly have a lot of work to get through before they can do that.
And giving you a different perspective here, you can see the ground shop and the SDOT crews is extremely busy right now. Now carefully dismantling that plywood that was on top of those concrete barriers right there, as you can see. Let's go back out live to Como's Lee Stoll. Lee, what is your perspective? What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Well, guys, we moved back to Pine and Broadway as we were walking up Pike. This really is the strongest line we have seen, the most officers we've seen really holding this exit point up to the precinct, which is just north of where we are. And as you were talking about those crews, remember some of those plywood signs were actually art pieces to a lot of people who were here, spray painted with messages and different artwork. So there was some concern about saving those. And it looks like some of those plywood signs have just been pushed off to the side, possibly to be saved for later as well. Just something that they're doing as they're going through a lot of stuff right now and clearing all of this out. Now, again, we've been here since just after 5 o'clock this morning, that order going out, and people who were here hearing that they really only had a couple of minutes to pack up and then start moving because of that order from Mayor Durkan. We spoke to Deborah. She was here from North Carolina. She is with a ministry, and her tent was actually on that front line outside of the precinct. Here's what she had to say about what she saw this morning.
A lot of chaos. You hear many, many voices. But then I heard on the megaphone it's going to either be the police or the National Guard. So that's when I started saying, okay, it's time to get up. Somebody said 3 minutes. So I just picked up my bicycle bags and, obeyed. But there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of disorder and chaos in there.
And Deborah said that she thought there were about 100 people or so who were still inside that perimeter. Again, the city taking out a lot of those concrete barriers, about 70 in all are around here, and they were taking out a lot of them to kind of shrink the footprint of CHOP just yesterday. So a lot of the protesters who were left, we know they were saying for their own security, they were bringing themselves back in and making a more dense stance around the East Precinct itself, not being as fanned out as they were before. And Deborah was saying that there weren't a lot of people who were leaving. Some were, but outside of the perimeter, she wasn't seeing a lot of people who had packed up and gotten out. And that's not what we're seeing even around here, too. We have now walked along Pike. We've walked around Pine, and we aren't seeing a lot of people spill out. We'd heard earlier some saying we need more people to come in and stay on the line. We've heard people on megaphones starting to yell at the officers as it's getting a little bit later on in the morning. More people showing up where we are, trying to have conversations with the officers and recording all of it as they're standing here, but really no confrontation with the police, no aggravation beyond hearing a couple of fireworks down the block a while ago and one flash bang about 2 hours ago, almost 2.5 hours ago now, as they were moving into that part of Cal Anderson where you're seeing a lot of those tents that are still set up. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Lee. And let's go up the street and up the block to Como's Denise Whitaker. She has a different vantage point as those crews have now moved in to begin clearing out some of that debris.
Right, and actually, we just moved away from the scene of them cleaning out the debris because we have some people who have been in the middle of the intersection here, and actually, drivers were having to turn around instead of coming. Right now, you're looking at drivers coming up Pike Street, and instead, drivers were having to turn around because there were people standing in the middle of the street. They are still on the crosswalk right here, but they were moved out a little bit further in the street, and then the officers finally told them that that if they did not move out of the middle of the street, that they would be arrested. So they did come to the sidewalk. The officer is now telling him, I don't want to arrest you, but I need you to stay out of the street, really for everyone's safety. Again, there were drivers who were having to turn around because they were definitely in the way. So bicycle officers are now taking off somewhere, not really sure where they are headed. But it suddenly, in the last 30 seconds before you guys came to me, it suddenly did get very loud, so they've now arrested. They are handcuffing a man who was in the middle of the street, who refused to come out of the street when police officers told him to leave the middle of the street. So these officers, again, have been out here all morning. They have been watching, just observing everything that's happened. And once it appears that they saw what was causing problems with traffic, drivers were having to turn around because they could not get through the intersection. The officers, I heard them warn this gentleman that if he did not move out of the street that he would be arrested. So he is now handcuffed and being put into a police van. So again, you'll have to watch the language. This is a live feed. I do apologize for that. But this is exactly what's happening live right now at Pike and 12th Avenue, just outside the East Precinct and the CHOP zone this morning, where crews are still behind me trying to get everything cleaned up this morning. So it just, in the last couple of minutes, seemed to escalate here. There were probably only for the past hour or so just 2 people sitting on the ground chanting the names of those who have died in police custody. And just in the last 4 to 5 minutes, it just seems that a bunch of other people showed up and were wanting to make their voices heard or make some sort of a demonstration, as this gentleman was standing in the middle of the street blocking traffic. So the officers are now moving along to the next place that they need to be. They were just given an order, so they are moving down the street now. We can see if we can follow them in just a moment, but I will go ahead and toss this back to you guys right now while we try to figure out exactly what's happening. I think there's someone on the other side of the van that we cannot see because of the police van. So again, there have just been additional people who have shown up here in the last few minutes, and because of these extra people, officers who had been standing on the side just observing everything suddenly jumped into action on their bikes. And so far, I've seen just 1 person taken into custody, put in the Seattle police van. And again, additional people are back here chanting now as traffic, as you can see here at 12th and Pike, is still trying to get through. There are drivers still getting through, but it is not easy with the police van in the middle here.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. It was one thing that I was curious about is, I mean, police initially moved in at about 5 a.m. when there really isn't a lot of foot traffic.
Yes.
And with the coverage this morning, I could only imagine that more people would want to come and see what's going on. So that's likely what Denise is seeing play out in her area as well. But bringing us that live arrest, our last report was 23 arrests. Since then, we have seen more than a handful of people arrested, so that number will likely go up. Denise also touching, though, on traffic trying to get through the Capitol Hill area. Paris, what's the latest on roads?
Yeah, there's been a refinement of the closures near the CHOP zone and on Capitol Hill. So Pike Street is closed in both directions from Harvard Avenue to 13th Avenue. 11th Avenue is also shut down from Union to Olive Streets, and Pike Street in both directions from 13th Avenue to Broadway. And where Denise was, that's likely going to be another impact. Moments ago, we saw some traffic getting through that portion of Pine, but then as police on bikes started making their way into that intersection, that's probably going to be another pinch point as well. If we do give you a live look at this Waze map, you can see the vicinity, the area. If we cut to that really quick, where we are dealing with those closures. And this is also extended as Waze is trying to keep people from coming into the volatile situation in the CHOP zone. So just something to note, you want to still completely avoid the area. These restrictions will likely be in place until this scene is fully wrapped up.
All right, thank you very much, Paris. Give me a live look from Area 4. This is just above the East Precinct Station and the CHOP zone. We're now coming on about 3.5 hours since this has began and when those protesters were moved out by Seattle PD. A large presence and a large show of force by the Seattle Police Department. Those police officers now replaced by SDOT crews who are now cleaning out the CHOP. I believe we have a phoner now with Crime Stoppers. And is this Jim Fuda?
This is Jim Fuda.
It is.
Yes, Jim, thank you so much for making some time for us this morning. Why don't you kind of give us some of your reaction to what you see play out here in the last 3.5 hours?
Well, first of all, I'm thinking that long overdue, for one, and you could repeatedly see with the interviews from Chief Best, she was getting more and more frustrated and wanted to move this, and the mayor finally relented and said, "This is time."
And Jim, as a former member of the Seattle Police Department, were you surprised by the city giving up the East Precinct?
Yeah, I was with the sheriff's office, but here or there, and yes, I was quite surprised that was done in the first place. But I once again, I don't think that was Chief's best decision to give that up.
What do you think the lasting impact of CHOP will be, and now that we've seen this part kind of come to an end?
Well, this part is at an end, but what is to come? I know that the Seattle Police Department obviously has plans for their other facilities to protect those as well. And the underground talk is that they're looking at other properties to try and take over. So I don't think this is completely over.
Yeah, Jim, you talked about what is the future of Capitol Hill and this CHOP zone. It's one thing to go in and retake it and set up this perimeter, but how long will police need to have a presence in this area to keep people from coming back?
I think it's going to be substantial, and I think that once they can sit down to the table and come to some kind of agreement, that who knows how far down the road that is, but they're going to have to make a huge presence, the Seattle Police Department, basically throughout the city.
How do you think this is going to play out over the next few months as we start to look back, maybe even politically, when you look with the mayor, when you look with the police chief, of how all of this went down? What do you think some of the impact will be?
I think that we better start looking at some of the council members and some of the suppositions they made, like, for example, when the shooting happened. And I think the voters need to be aware of this. I think we need to come back to more center thinking of how we govern this city.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jim Fuda, the former commander with the King County Sheriff's Office, for your insight, now the director of Crime Stoppers. We now want to go back live to KOMO's Matt Markovich. And Matt, we're talking about the future of Capitol Hill and what this may look like in the coming days, possibly the weeks and even months. What is the game plan now for the city to not just dismantle and take down CHOP, but now to keep it from protesters from coming back in and retaking it over?
Well, it's going to be difficult. Let me just ask you, Ryan, can you see what I'm filming right now, which is the removal of the tents?
Yes, we can see
So I'm
that
inside the perimeter. Yeah, so they removed all the media, and I happen to have friends in buildings here that I've gotten to know over the last couple of weeks. So we're right next to the East Precinct, and you can see the Seattle Parks and Recreation crews just taking and removing the entire contents of all these tents that have been established in front of the East Precinct. The police have asked all media to leave within the 6-block area and just stay within the perimeter. And what the plan is to remove this as fast as possible. If I go down here, which is where the Cal Anderson Park is, spoke with the head of the navigation team, the on-the-ground guy, Sergeant Eric Zurer, and he said that all the tents and all the people that are, you can't see that, it's hard to see the park, but all the tents have been removed from the park, from the playground, and the tents on the far side, all the people have been removed. Some of the tents are still there, and these cleanup crews will go through there. So there's actually, from what I'm hearing now from police, there is actually no civilians other than people who need to be here inside the CHOP, like you live here or a business. All protesters and demonstrators and people who have been living in the tents are outside the perimeter right now.
We just heard Jim Fuda kind of allude there that rumor has it that some people are just looking to shift and move somewhere else to set up. Is that anything that you've heard?
Yes, there's trying to establish a protest zone. That was asked of the chief when she was out here. She did not say that, but organically, we already know some of the leaders are at the northeast corner of Cal Anderson Park. And I think they're going to try and establish an area where they can still maintain this protest. Not sure where, but yes, that's what we're expecting here. We just don't know where it's going to be.
And Matt, we were talking about this earlier this morning, but can you talk about the timing of the Seattle PD moving in this morning?
Well, yes, there's a confluence of several events, I think, is precipitated by, obviously, the shootings that have happened here over the last 2 weeks, especially the shooting of 2 teenagers early Monday morning. I think that was the main driver, and that's why for a second time they tried to remove the cement blocks. These are the blocks I'm talking about right here that SDOT has put down. They were able to remove a few yesterday, but in an area that wasn't going to be defendable by the protesters. So you had plans that they were already trying to do this, but it wasn't successful. And then you had the SWAT march to the mayor's house on Sunday afternoon, and that really got the mayor angry, and she's filed a complaint with the city council, have them investigate that as a violation of the law because her address is protected. And then you have today, this afternoon, the council is going to be discussing defunding the police for the 3rd session in a row, and that's this afternoon. This morning they're actually going to presumably pass a tax Amazon measure that could go on the November ballot. We could have 2 November ballot measures. So there's a lot of things going on here, but politically, you have the council meeting today. You had what happened on Sunday. You have the death of one teenager on Monday. And then you have the police chief openly talking to the mayor in public saying this has to end, with the mayor not responding to that claim by the police chief on Monday. And now you see it's all resulted in this morning.
And Matt, you're right by some of those concrete barriers. Earlier this week, we were showing some of the protesters cutting the rebar, making it more difficult for SDOT crews to actually remove those concrete barriers. What are you seeing with these concrete barriers? Are they going to be able to move those out easily? Is that rebar cut on top?
Well, you could. I'm going to look on. I see that backhoe right there. That backhoe is picking them up. And they're moving the concrete barricades, and they're putting them on flatbeds. They could do that with the scoop of the tractor, and they're moving it with that backhoe, right? And that's what you see right there. So they'll be able to move these out. That's not going to be a problem.
Okay, we'll be keeping eyes on it, Matt. Thank you so much. Let's get over to Holly at the live desk with this bird's eye view of more of what Matt was talking about, the dismantling of what was CHOP.
Yeah, Kelly, that was such great perspective provided by Matt this morning, and what a great look that he brought us. Just want to show you what city workers have been doing the last couple of minutes now as Matt has been talking. This is really a pretty efficient machine. There's been so many city trucks that have gone through this area, and as they move in, those city workers then pile up the backs of those trucks with all of those plywood signs. And as Lee mentioned, some of those signs were actually art, some of that expected to be saved. I'm not sure what's happening with these that are being put into the back of these vehicles, but there have been so many trucks move through here that I've completely lost count, because a couple trucks move in, they load them up, and then they move out. And city workers working pretty efficiently to get all of this area cleaned up. I want to take you now to a live look of Cal Anderson Park. I'm watching on another live channel. If it can just even out a little bit, I'll take it. It looks like, all right, let's take it. Let's show you Cal Anderson Park, because just in the last couple of minutes, I also watched as Seattle police, take a look at this look right now, put up caution tape all around this Cal Anderson Park area. You know, Seattle police sweeping this area right around 6 o'clock this morning, and then creating a perimeter around the park. It looks like some folks have started to move some stuff out. We see quite a bit of debris and stuff around this caution tape. This just getting put up moments ago. I watched as Seattle police officers put up this caution tape around this portion of Cal Anderson Park. Just see one protester there right now. But take a look. We see a couple tents right here in this area. Our photographer did show us a close-up inside a tent just moments ago, and it was just filled with a bunch of looked like food wrappers, some different debris inside that tent. I think it was this one right here. We still see some Seattle police officers out there, as well as a couple chairs right here. But again, just moments ago, Seattle police putting up that caution tape. There is that tent that I just mentioned with all of that, what looks to be trash inside of it. But again, they've cordoned off this area. The caution tape is up. It looks like they're going to start clearing out this area probably within the next couple of minutes as they get that caution tape into place, continue to hold that perimeter around Cal Anderson Park.
And Holly, I mean, the big question is, as they set up that police tape, is how are they going to maintain that perimeter throughout the day and throughout the weeks to come? Are they going to have a police presence out there? Are they going to have officers manning those posts throughout the week to keep the protesters from coming back? For a different perspective on that perimeter, on the very south side of where we're standing right now, where this live camera is looking, let's go to KOMO's Lee Stoll for her perspective. So, Lee, what are you seeing right there? That looks like that's the chalk outline of the Black Lives Matter mural on the street.
Yeah, and I wanted to show you that because we have been talking about the plywood being removed and some of it being the artwork of people who have been here. And it looks like the crews have put cones around the Black Lives Matter mural right now, possibly to protect it if they're going to reopen this road to traffic. That white sign that was out in the middle of the road for so long with the list of demands from those who were protesting here, that was one of those pieces that was loaded up into one of the trucks that we see here as well. So we're at Pine and Broadway, and the officers here just holding this line again. You were mentioning Holly was seeing a stack of yellow police tape, caution tape, that they were putting out in another area. We do see one officer who has a roll of yellow tape here as well. Not clear if maybe they're going to just string that across the intersection and let these officers then reposition themselves somewhere else. But right now they're just holding that perimeter, just waiting to see if there is any more interaction with people who are starting to gather here. We've had a couple more people, but for the most part it's been peaceful. Some yelling at the officers, some people on megaphones, but not representing a large crowd here, and some people trying to talk to the officers as well. We haven't been seeing anyone coming out of the CHOP zone. We did talk to someone earlier this morning. We got here just after we were hearing that order being issued for people to clear out and having about 8 to 12 minutes to pack up their stuff and quickly move out of the CHOP based on the mayor's order. Deborah, she'd been up here since a couple of weeks ago, all the way from North Carolina. She was one of the first people to leave so quickly. In fact, she scraped her hand a little bit and just gathered everything that she could and got out. And at that time, we thought we would see more people rushing out of that area. We didn't. She really was one of only a handful of people we saw, and she was concerned at the time of those who were still left behind as to whether or not they were going to follow orders today to leave this area. Take a listen to what she had to say.
I would say most of them are not going to leave. The only one that I heard besides me, because I said that's not my role. I'm not going to fight against anybody. I'm a missionary of encouragement. I'm here to help de-escalate and put in another route. But the art historian said the same thing. That's not what I'm about, and I'm not going to do the fighting. So, but everybody else, as far as I know, they're up there. They're ready to, fight for what they believe.
And that's what we've heard from several of the protesters, that really there are two groups that formed once the violence really started to be almost a nightly occurrence. Deborah, one of those who heard gunshots several nights in a row. She says that she also saw some people who were violent with each other, attacking others in tents. Some information, some reports now that officers are going to have to investigate. Again, this is also a scene for officers to be gathering information, evidence for several crimes that they're going to be looking into over the next couple of weeks. So all of this that they are collecting, that they are breaking down, I'm sure there is a systematic way to be doing it as to what is going to be saved and what is going where. And that seems to be what they're working on right now. But that Black Lives mural, a lot of people were concerned, what is going to happen to that? How do you open the road again? Is there a way to preserve it? And at least right now, that seemed to be one of the first things we saw city crews do now that they are here, that they put cones around it. Not clear if the road itself is going to be reopened to cars. You can see a lot of concrete barriers that need to be removed behind it, that at the intersection of 11th and then up to 12th, right in front of the precinct itself. So it's going to be a while before these roads, it looks like, are going to be reopened in any way. And at this point, no one being allowed in a car or walking past this police line here at Pine and Broadway.
All right, Lee, thank you. We'll be sure to check back, but we want to give you a live look. Let's take you right into the heart of where all the action is as those crews start to remove all the debris. We're looking at our view right now from KOMO's Matt Markovich. Matt, does it feel like they're making pretty quick progress here?
Yes, they are. But again, you know, there's going to be issues what you're watching right now, because was this an encampment or was this a demonstration? As you can see, the city crews are just taking what's ever here, no matter what it is, and putting it in the truck there from Sale Parks, the garbage truck. We've been watching police officers, I'm not going through it right now, but we've been watching police officers go in and out of the precinct, so they're clearly inside. There have been no police vehicles. This is the garage right here. There have been no police vehicles that have been entering the precinct garage area. There you just saw an officer. You just saw an officer walk out of the precinct. And so they're making quick work of this. They've removed all the artwork that was on top of these cement barricades to preserve them for an art installation about the CHOP. That was one of the city's things that they wanted to do, and there's actually, I can't show you right now, but there's actually a large container where they've taken a lot of the plywood art and stored them for a future use. But again, they're just making quick work of the encampment here, and everything that was there is going right into the garbage truck.
And Matt, how careful are they with removing that debris? Earlier we saw canines going through and sweeping that area. We're not sure if those were bomb-sniffing dogs or arson dogs, or if they're looking for drugs or different types of weapons. So how careful are they being as they remove and dismantle these tents?
Well, I think other than wearing gloves and steel-toed shoes, they're just taking everything they see and just throwing it into the garbage. I don't think they're being any particular about finding needles or biohazards. It's whatever on the ground is going into the garbage. It's pretty simple. You know, you can see the backhoe back there with that scooper lifting up. You can't see it now, but they're removing the cement barricades, and SDOT's going to put them on the flatbeds. They have several dump trucks. You see one in the distance there to handle the additional garbage, as well as carry some of those cement barricades back to SDOT.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. It's a great view right there. And you mentioned the removal of those barricades. And Holly, you have another bird's eye view of what's happening.
Kelly, take a look at this. We are just now starting to see those barricades, those cement barricades, being picked up by this piece of heavy equipment and put onto this flatbed truck. Matt has been mentioning this, and of course, I've been monitoring Air 4's live look throughout the morning. This is the first I've seen of those cement barricades being put onto a flatbed truck and taken away. We've been showing you the live looks of city workers stack up those pieces of plywood and put those onto city trucks and then drive those out. And like I mentioned earlier, there's been so many vehicles in this area that I really couldn't keep track of how many loads of stuff that they have taken away. But little by little, they are really whittling down this CHOP zone. And you can see where tents did once stand. Those are now taken down. They're working on the remaining ones right there on the corner of this East Precinct on Pine Street right here. But yeah, we're starting to see those cement barriers being taken up by that heavy equipment put onto those flatbed trucks and then being taken away, along with those different pieces of plywood and those different tents. And of course, we mentioned too that city workers have found all kinds of things in this CHOP zone, as well as those improvised spike strips that are designed to puncture vehicle tires and really could do quite a bit of damage. If you look in the corner of your screen right now, we're seeing a tent being carried away by some city workers there this morning. I want to take you back also to Cal Anderson Park. This is another live channel I've been monitoring for us throughout the morning. And you can see we've got a small crowd gathered right here, but we also have that caution tape now surrounding that that park. We watched right around 6 o'clock this morning when Seattle police moved in and started to sweep the ball field, then worked their way to that north end of the park, worked their way across the playground into that tent encampment that Matt says there's about 40 to 50 tents in. And at one point, we believe there to be about 40 to 50 protesters in that area. However, this morning, it seemed like most of those protesters had really dispersed as police officers did yell dispersal orders, declaring this an unlawful assembly. And if those protesters did not leave, arrests would be made. And as we mentioned earlier, you know, that caution tape is up. How long it stays up, how long they enforce it, that will remain to be seen in the days ahead.
And Holly, speaking of protesters, let's go back out to Como's Denise Whitaker. A bit of more confrontations happening on where your vantage point is.
Yes, absolutely. The DOT crews have been making quick work of filling up their dump trucks and their other trucks with debris. And just as a line of 3 trucks wanted to come through, one of the protesters who had been sitting in the middle of the street by the barricade decided to sit down right in the middle of the street so that the trucks could not get through. So the officers quickly went in and handcuffed her. And that is what you're seeing now down on the ground. They moved her out of the way so that they could get the SDOT trucks to come through. And now you can hear the others here who are complaining and yelling at officers for the action that they just took against this young woman. Again, she had been sitting here for more than an hour chanting names peacefully, but then when she got in the way of the SDOT trucks, then police moved in and they did handcuff her, move her out of the way so that the trucks could get by. It definitely goes from moments of silence and peace here to exactly what you're witnessing at the moment, and is what I've witnessed here just in the last 30 minutes here with people coming and going. So this is the second arrest that I've seen now, probably in the last 30 to 45 minutes in terms of what's happening here at the corner of 12th and Pike Street. Again, this woman got in the way of the SDOT trucks, and so officers took action in order to make sure that those trucks could get through, because behind her, you can see where they are working to clean up. They've already taken out a lot of plywood and a lot of other debris from right in front of the East Precinct there.
All right, Denise, thanks. We know that the crews there have saying that over the bullhorn all morning long, if you don't vacate the premises, you are subject to arrest, which we have seen. We're waiting on those arrest updates. It was 23 at last count, but since then, I mean, that number has significantly gone up.
It's probably well over 30 at this point.
Probably, because since we've seen so many right here, you're getting a live look right now from Como's Matt Markovich, who's been able to get close to what was the chop zone, and we have been watching some of this heavy machinery just pick up those concrete barriers. We were told earlier this week that, you know, some of those rebar loops had been cut and it would be a bigger production to try and get them out than normally. But it appears that they're able to make pretty good work of it in clearing things out. If you were to look at this camera shot just when Matt first got there, it definitely looked significantly different than it does right now. But I mean, when you're looking at this scene, you see a fire extinguisher, tents, clothes. We saw them walking out with some plants. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. And these gentlemen you see to the right side of your screen, those are some SDOT workers, and they were just kind of cutting off some of that fencing that used to kind of be up there. But we're getting a pretty good look now at the East Precinct, and there is a lot of cleanup still to be done.
It's amazing to think that in less than 4 hours, how much has changed this morning. We began covering this around 5 a.m. this morning after that order from Mayor Jenny Durkan to go in and clear out the chop. And then we saw that massive force and presence of Seattle PD going in and securing that perimeter around the East Precinct Station. Since then, we've watched them expand that perimeter. We've watched them go up and sweep Cal Anderson Park and take down that tent city there, 40 to 50 tents in the area, and now we're seeing those barricades and plywood and some of the tents now coming down just inside and around the East Precinct Station. We have been told that they have swept the East Precinct Station with arson and bomb dogs to make sure it is safe. Chief Carmen Bess has come through to make her statements and saying enough is enough. She has also toured the area and also said thank you to the officers who have been out there since 5 o'clock this morning sweeping the area and sweeping that chop zone. But safe to say, as we enter the 9 o'clock hour, the chop zone is now over.
And there is something we are anticipating coming up at 9 o'clock. We are just hearing on Twitter from Councilmember Shama Sawant. I'll read you what she has stated. She says, the best response to corporate Mayor Durkan's attacks on movement is for the people to demand City Council deliver their publicly made promises to pass an Amazon tax today, in caps, to fund affordable housing without delays or watering down. Join us at 9 a.m. So we are kind of looking to see what she would say, and now we have heard it. Let's go over to Holly for another look at what all this cleanup that's underway.
Yeah, we're still watching this Air 4 shot. I just want to mention too that now we're really seeing big garbage trucks come in this area near the East Precinct, and city workers are just loading whatever they can into those garbage trucks. We've seen city vehicle after city vehicle come through. City workers load up those plywood slabs. That's been taken away. We're seeing those cement barriers being removed, and now we're seeing those large garbage trucks. On one of our other live channels, we were just watching, that is Denise's live shot. We were seeing police arrest that woman that Denise had shown in her live report. They were trying to get her into a vehicle. It looks like we don't have the right live shot for that right now. I want to take you back to Cal Anderson Park. It doesn't look like we have the Cal Anderson Park shot right at this moment. But again, we're just seeing more police tape in certain areas around that East Precinct, that chop zone this morning. And let's go back to the aerial shot right now on Air 4 and show you what we're seeing right here as city workers continue to clean up all of this stuff right here. They're really breaking down tents. They're loading that into those garbage trucks. There's one right there. And then also, too, again, those cement barriers. We've seen one worker right here just shoveling, looks like trash, just putting that into big piles. And then you see that piece of heavy equipment come through, scoop up what city workers have shoveled into a pile, and they take that to the garbage truck and then unload it in that garbage truck. Let's take you back now to Cal Anderson Park. Again, another live look coming in. This area, for the most part, really this morning seems to be our really most peaceful. We have it all. We've seen police take that caution tape and put it all around to essentially cordon it off. We saw them sweep through that area earlier this morning. I continue to see police walk through this area of Cal Anderson Park. There is a small group gathered right here, but I really haven't seen any confrontations between police and protesters. We've seen a few of those throughout the morning in different areas and different live looks we've brought you, though, throughout the morning. I want to take you back to Live 15 right now, because it does appear that police were able to get that protester who they are arresting into the back of that police van. It looks like that van now heading out. This is Denise's shot. She was detailing that arrest a little bit earlier this morning. So we'll continue to monitor the live channels. That's a great thing about the live desk, is you really get a good scope of what's happening throughout these different live looks.
And from that bird's eye view, we saw that they are dismantling and removing some of those concrete barriers. That
Yes,
was on the east side of the precinct. For a different perspective, let's go back out to Matt Markovich. He's on the north side of that precinct, and it looks like they're now working on removing those concrete barriers on your side, Matt.
Yeah, they are, but I want to show you the police. That's the main entrance to the East Precinct there, and more officers are going out. Here's the people are coming in and out of the garage now. More and more officers are going back and forth inside the precinct, not necessarily manning it. They're just going back and forth. Not sure why, but again, quick work by, this is a Seattle Parks crew that you see here, and that's SDOT in the background, removing the concrete barricades. And the broken ones, that's what you're seeing way back there. They're trying to clean up as much debris as fast as possible. And again, Jenny Durkan said in her order that this containment area can go on for up to 10 days. So we're going to be really interested in seeing, just in this afternoon, what this is going to look like, and what kind of police perimeter is going to be around the precinct. Is it going to be this 6-block area, or is it just going to be around the precinct where the police may have a perimeter, and how far the protesters will go inside? Interesting enough, let me walk over here. This is looking back down Pine, and here you see a platoon of bike officers coming up to this area. They've been staged here for quite a while, just making a watch over the East Precinct, the operations here. They're going to hike up the hill here and go right by me as they have been since I've been here. they just kind of manned themselves right up by the across the street from the East Precinct, right behind that garbage truck, and been parked there for quite a while. See, they're restaging right there. So, again, plenty of police presence.
Oh, and it looks like we just lost Matt marked this shot right there. Once again, he is live and kind of embedded into that chop zone area where they're taking down those concrete barriers. Let's go to the other side now of the chop zone and Tacoma's Denise Whitaker. Denise, what are you seeing right now? I know several people just arrested when you were just standing there just moments ago.
Are you serious?
Right. We had one woman who was taken into custody. She was refusing to get into the van, or I should say she was definitely making it very difficult for officers to get her into the paddy wagon. And now that she is gone, we have a number of others here engaged in some sort of conversation or dialogue with the police officers. Interesting as well, throughout the time that I've been out here this morning, there have been a few people who have come by. One guy made a point of coming through the intersection earlier on his scooter to yell out to police officers, way to go, happy you're back in the precinct, happy that you're getting back in. I just watched another woman through here say, go line by line and say, people are taking selfies with police officers. Another woman came by earlier and personally thanked each person, each police officer who was standing here holding the line. So it does run the gamut in terms of who's out here this morning, those who are angry and still yelling at the officers, and those who are thanking them for the jobs that they're doing here this morning. And as we look down the street on 12th Avenue, we can definitely see very quick work being made by Seattle DOT crews. They have been hauling out, so far I've seen a couple dump truck loads and flatbeds full of plywood and other debris from that area. And now you can see that they're bringing in some large equipment down there in terms of that front end loader and more equipment down there trying to get everything cleaned up. Eventually they'll be able to get those concrete barriers out of there and clear this street so that people can get by. That has been very difficult. I just watched one woman walk down the street with a young child with her who appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old, and you could tell the little girl was definitely clinging to her mother as they walked down the street, and she had to ask permission of the police officer here to get by their line because they live down this street and they were trying to get back home. And I could definitely see that little girl had a little bit of a sense of relief. She wasn't quite as tense when she was able to round the corner and get past what I'm sure she saw was a safe zone once she and her mother got past the police officers instead of being out here on the street. So it's been very difficult for people to be living and working in this area for the past few weeks with all of this out here, whether or not it's the noise, the debris, the feeling of being unsafe, just trying to get to and from their home. And of course, we all look at our homes as our safe havens. And when there is chaos and unsafe conditions around your home, it makes it very difficult for people to go through their day-to-day lives. So again, we're looking at that front-end loader or backhoe, or I'm not really great at construction equipment terms. You guys might be able to correct me on that one, but at least we can see that SDOT is making quick work of trying to get everything cleaned up here on 12th Avenue.
Yeah, they sure are. Denise, thank you. All right, let's get over to Holly at the live desk. We just watched a arrest happen.
Yeah, this is Cal Anderson Park. Kelly, this live look coming in from our photographer out there. And I'm not sure exactly what led up to this. All of a sudden, we had a live look of a man being arrested by Seattle police. That's what we're seeing on the live channel right now. You can see that Seattle police vehicle. You can see several officers. It looks like about 5 officers right here arresting this man. Now, he had a backpack on just moments ago. Seattle police were removing that backpack from him. It looks like they're checking his pockets right now. You can see the tents just behind those Seattle police officers. Not quite sure what they're finding on this man right now at this time. Looks like they're going to put a mask on him, it appears. Again, I don't know really what led up to this. All of a sudden, this man was in the park and he was being arrested by Seattle police. Again, there's the backpack, one officer just carrying that away that was on that man, but he's in handcuffs. It looks like he's being arrested here at Cal Anderson Park. Really haven't seen a lot of activity in terms of arrests or anything like that at Cal Anderson Park. We've seen those in other areas, but for the most part, when Seattle police moved through that area at 6 a.m., they did so very efficiently, pretty uniformly, and we didn't see a lot of a lot of people in the park, I guess I would say. I saw one person removing himself from a tent, and we did see, as police formed that line, they were kind of facing off with a small group of protesters, but they formed that perimeter pretty quick as they did the sweep of the park. It looks like, here we go right now on the live channel, this man being taken away by Seattle police right here. Again, I'm not quite sure what his situation was. Like I said, he just kind of showed up on the live channel, and then he was being arrested by Seattle police. So something must have happened. It looks like they're going to put him in the back of this police van. So I'll continue to monitor this live channel. This is the first real incident we've seen here at Cal Anderson Park, besides that police sweep, again, around 6 o'clock this morning. And again, they were met by a small group of protesters as they moved through, but they formed that perimeter line pretty quickly once they moved through the north end of the park after sweeping the playground, and where all those tents were, that tent encampment, I guess you could call it. And then they kind of just held their ground. And for some reason, this man then approached them, and now he's under arrest.
Yeah, Holly, it's been actually very interesting as they were moving through Cal Anderson Park. We didn't really see a lot of demonstrators and protesters hanging around as they were sweeping that tent city. Once again, only 23 people arrested officially at this point.
But we've seen several more just since those numbers came out.
That number is definitely going to go up. And speaking about the perimeter, let's go back out to Como's Lee Stoll. Lee, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, Pine and Broadway, and we also have not been seeing a lot of people out here, but we did see officers just put up that yellow caution tape at the intersection here. This is where they were holding that line as a straight line across it with their batons, and they actually just put up that yellow tape to kind of be able to stand to the side now and take a little bit of a break. They've been out here for several hours, and we were hearing from some neighbors today, again, talking about who is out here, who is not, what kind of presence we're seeing from people outside of police. Many neighbors around here at about 5 o'clock learned what was going on, basically, because as we were showing up, someone was on a megaphone yelling, if you live in an apartment nearby, close your windows, turn on your AC, get out your gas masks. We have not seen any sign or any reason to think there was anything to be concerned about. As long as we've been out here this morning, we heard one flashbang for all the hours we've been standing out here, and we can see all the work that those crews are doing up the street at the precinct itself. But neighbors were coming by, most of them saying this is what they had been waiting for. Lamar is someone who lives just a couple of blocks away. Here's what he had to say to us about an hour ago.
Happy to see the police back in the neighborhood. I think CHOP had an important message. I'm glad their message got out, and I think some of it should continue. But as far as an illegal takeover of a neighborhood, that was just unsustainable. So it's good to see these guys back.
And a lot of people have been going about their daily lives this morning, just a few blocks away from here. It seems you wouldn't even know anything is going on along Madison, beyond some trash that has been built up. But people are driving to work, taking their morning run, taking their dogs out. But beyond the corners here, it seems to be business as usual. But of course, beyond the yellow tape that now has been set up, this perimeter, pretty secure, several blocks around the East Precinct.
All right,
back to you.
Lee, thank you. We want to get you right back out to Matt Markovich's shot here. He's right by police officers, I believe, who may be ordering him to leave. Matt, can you hear us? Can you tell us what's happening?
Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted. I moved out to the street to show you what is basically a symbolic moment here.
You can't just let you guys hang out and tell
We're not. We've been reporting here.
Where are the others? We're not presenting a threat.
So what I was trying to do is.
It's not about you being a threat. Okay.
So we're having a little discussion with the officer here, but I want to show you what this is. This is the. There was a lot of officers out here a few minutes ago. They're taking down a very symbolic symbol that the protesters have put up. It's been a huge tarp of a sign right near the police entrance, so they think, and now they're taking it down. So even though they're removing they've removed the tents and removing the barricades, but this one particular sign here, sorry for it being shaky, is a symbolic gesture, and that's why you have a lot of people watching this happen. Worker going up, and his ropes up there are holding up this tarp, and he's cutting them down, and when this sign comes down, that'll be the last big sign that had been placed on the East Precinct. It's a very symbolic one because it was the largest.
And Matt, do you know what that sign said on it? just out of curiosity?
Half of it I can't repeat on TV, so that's why I have to take it from this angle. But it's basically saying that this is a no protest zone, a no cop zone. And so for that kind of symbol to come down against the East Precinct, this is kind of a big moment right now. This is like capturing the flag of the East Precinct to bring down this one particular sign.
And Matt, as those signs are coming down, is there, we had talked about this earlier this morning, that the city was going to try to preserve a lot of these signs, maybe including the one they just took down. What is the story there, and what are you hearing about that?
Yes, they have, on top of these blocks, there was plywood that this SDOT actually set up for people to put artwork on. It was kind of had a purpose to protect the precinct, but also to provide some sort of art form expression for the protesters, and they took full advantage of it and did some beautiful murals on them. And a lot of those murals, all those plywood, are taken to a storage bin that the city gave some of the protesters the keys to the storage bin, which is it's about a block away from here. And then I got to get out of the way here. I got to avoid some words. So we got, I think, some of the people sneaking in here. We're hearing a little disturbance there. So what they did is they're keeping all the signs for an art installation, and they gave the protesters some of the keys to this bin, and they're hopefully all been stored away for future use to document what has happened here. The city and protesters recognizing that it is a part of Seattle history, and probably the last remnants of what the CHOP represents are going to be photographs and this artwork that adorn the street. And I can show you this. I'm going to walk down here. This is very symbolic as well. There's officers that are kind of hassling us. And right there is the Black Lives Matter painting mural on the pavement that's being protected by cones. Not sure how they're going to preserve that, but that again is another large symbolic, a big symbol for this movement here is what they did on that street, and now it's coned off. Not sure what's going to happen to that, guys.
All right, we'll keep eyes on it. Matt, thank you for bringing us really that iconic moment as him describing it, the end of CHOP as that last large sign was brought down live right here on Matt Markovich's View. Matt, thank you. Holly, we have a view of some more officers here still gathered.
Matt really showing us too, Kelly, that Seattle police taking back their East Precinct just moments ago. Here's a live look from Pine and Broadway. We've got some officers that just started moving up the street. This area is blocked off. You can barely see the caution tape. Every now and then when the wind picks it up, it kind of catches in the bottom of your screen. And again, we're getting a wider look right now. Those officers, again, just moving down in the area of Pine and Broadway. Protesters on the other side of that caution tape right there. I want to take you back also to Cal Anderson Park, because just moments ago, a city worker put up or maybe somebody with the Parks Department, it's still a city worker, put up a park closed sign. So that just went up moments ago. Oh, our photographer Neil's going to zoom in for me right now. Neil, thanks so much. He's going to show you that park closed sign. It looks like it says temporarily closed. So park temporarily closed. That just went in moments ago. Seattle police still have Cal Anderson Park blocked off with that yellow caution tape. We showed you that just a little while ago as police officers put that tape up around the park. And then just moments ago, we did show you that arrest live on our air that was taking place at Cal Anderson Park. All of a sudden, a man there with a backpack showed up, and police did put him into handcuffs. They took that backpack off of him. They put a mask on him, and then they loaded him into the back of a police vehicle. And I did watch as that vehicle drove away. So we do still have police officers out there at Cal Anderson Park. We're seeing that right now on the live channel. We've got a police vehicle in there. And it was, again, right around 6 o'clock this morning when police started sweeping that area of Cal Anderson Park, making their way across the ball field into that tent encampment area where there are about 40 to 50 tents. Didn't see many protesters, though, in that area, just a small group of them. in a bit of a face-off as Seattle police kind of moved in that one uniform line across the park. They swept the playground, swept the tent encampment until they got all the way to that north end and then formed that solid perimeter around. And then again, we did just see a little bit while ago as they put up that caution tape around Cal Anderson Park, and then that most recent arrest. The latest here, though, is that sign going up that says that park temporarily closed. They're going to have to do some cleanup here, guys, as well, as we know, because we saw those tents. We saw a kitchen that has been made. We do know that there's community gardens in Cal Anderson Park, and we do understand those are expected to stay. But the tents and whatnot, those are going to have to go, and there's going to be some cleanup there. As we saw earlier, what's inside some of those tents, quite a bit of trash.
And they were mentioning the public restrooms that are there at Cal Anderson Park,
that's
too,
right.
that they need to go through and clear those.
Okay, well, if you're just joining us right now, let's kind of give you a recap of what has happened this morning. It's been a very long morning. It began with an executive order from Mayor Jenny Durkan to go ahead and move in and clear out the CHOP. We started seeing police officers mobilizing just outside the East Precinct Station around 5 a.m. We were told that they gave orders to the protesters and the demonstrators to disperse by 5:15 a.m. That's when we saw the police officers start moving in, not only securing the perimeter around the East Precinct Station, but then expanding that perimeter all the way out to Pike, up to Broadway, up to 13th. And then we saw another line of police officers, a massive response, then sweeping through Cal Anderson Park. Holly was just showing the aftermath of what happened there at Cal Anderson Park as they started to go through those tents and that tent city and starting to dismantle many of that community that had formed in that area, about 40 to 50 tents. And then now we're now seeing the dismantling of that CHOP zone, the concrete barriers being removed, and as Matt Markovich just showed us, the final sign coming down around 10 after 9 this morning, as Seattle PD has now regained control of the East Precinct Station.
And now begins some of the cleanup. As Matt was showing us, the city already hard at work removing those concrete barriers put into place, clearing out some of the debris. We heard from Police Chief Carmen Best earlier this morning about where we go from here. She said that the city agencies will be cleaning up the area and the precinct. They hope to get back into the precinct and restart their operations as soon as they can, though it won't happen immediately. Some of the different agencies involved in today's procedure, there were Seattle PD, clearly, the local FBI, and Bellevue Police also helping. We know a navigation team was also part of the efforts here to help some of those people who were being removed from those tents. In terms of the mission going forward, and with the initial message that people who established the CHOP were hoping to convey, the chief said that she supports peaceful demonstrations, Black Lives Matter, and wants a meaningful exchange in the community, calling that what the CHOP had devolved to, calling it lawless, brutal, and unacceptable. She said that the city will be working with the Community Police Commission, community partners to encourage peace and moving forward with how they can re-envision law enforcement. So we'll be keeping eyes on what exactly that means. We want to check back in with KOMO's Matt Markovich because there's actually a meeting happening today about defunding police and what that would look like.
That's right. The City Council and its Budget Committee is meeting this afternoon at 2 o'clock to talk about what defunding police would look like. And I'm going to be real curious on what this event, what that will do to that discussion, because you have several members who are adamant about defunding the police at least 50%. The mayor has proposed a 5% for this year, given that we're in the middle of the year. But next year, she's actually asked her departments to see, or asked the department to see what a 10, 20, 30, and 50% reduction would look like. So what you can see is the bike officers are now coming out of the garage of the precinct. They went back in a little while ago. They had been deployed out here for all morning, but now they're back in at least the garage part. They're doing, again, quick cleanup of the tents and the CHOP on the north side of the precinct where I'm located. You're looking up Pine Street at 12th Avenue, and that's been the center spot for all of CHOP for the last 2 weeks before they once they drop the barricade and allow people to march up to the CHOP. But they are moving really quick. Again, throwing everything in the garbage, not not sifting through anything, personal possessions, fire extinguishers, whatever was here, is going right into that garbage truck right there. And SDOT is removing all the barricades. And we haven't heard any word. I've asked. We haven't heard any word on if they're going to open the street up to the general traffic, given that there's a perimeter now surrounding the CHOP, a larger perimeter than the size of the CHOP. That perimeter is being flanked by police, and they're not letting anybody inside unless you can prove that you live here, have a business here, and they're not even letting media here. I just happen to have friends at the building that where I'm at right now, which is right next to the precinct.
And Matt, you talked about the meeting that's going to happen with the Seattle City Council and the defunding. We talked about this earlier. There's a bit of a power struggle happening at the Seattle City Council right now. You had Kshama Sawant calling for the mayor to resign. You had Mayor Jenny Durkin asking for an investigation in some of the actions of Sawant. What kind of showdown can we expect happening at Seattle City Hall today?
Well, you're going to have two distinct actions. This morning, we can actually see a passage by the council of what's known as the Democratic Amazon Tax Plan, or the Amazon. It's known as Startup Seattle, promoted by Councilmember Mosqueda. She has the votes to do that, and they could possibly pass that today against what Kshama Sawant and Councilmember Morales have proposed, which is a bigger tax. But here's the catch. They could pass it, but then decide to put it on the November ballot, and Councilmember Sawant says her measure has to have enough votes to go on the November ballot. So you could have that decided today, that those two measures could possibly wind up on the November ballot. Then you have this afternoon the defunding of the police department as the city wrestles with how to handle a huge deficit. And then you have the convergence of what you just said, the Mayor Durkin going after Sawant and her alleged illegal activities on what she's done for the last couple of days in the demonstrations, and she's asking the city council to investigate and possibly expel or punish Sawant for her actions. And and now you have this on a day when all this is happening. Finally, the CHOP is. This is it. The CHOP is over as a place. It may be still an idea, some people said, but officially, we've been talking about it, but you're watching that this is over. CHOP is going to be no more as a physical place. As an idea, it may still exist, but it's not going to happen here.
And we have watched it all unfold live right here this morning over the course of the last 4.5 hours. Matt, thank you so much. Let's get over to Como's Lee Stoll. Lee, we've seen a little bit of action in your shot here lately. What's been happening?
Yeah, there was a tense moment here just a couple of minutes ago, and it's now died down just a bit. We had some people who were standing here in the way of police trying to get one of those large metro buses out from the other side of this yellow caution tape. And the people who were standing here, I think, misunderstood. They thought the bus was loaded with people who had been arrested. In fact, it was loaded with a lot of the officers. We had seen those dozens of officers who were surrounding the East Precinct earlier. Some of them now have been taken out of here, probably down to the West Precinct, or at least off duty from that initial rush we saw this morning. So the officers were just talking to the people here who were basically threatening up until the last minute to stand in the way, even possibly be arrested, to block that bus from getting out of here. But then it was allowed to go on its way. The yellow police tape up now, so these officers here can move around a little bit. They were holding that straight line at the intersection here again at Pine and Broadway, inching all the way up from 10th to Nagel and then to Broadway, especially after we heard some fireworks earlier that got everybody's attention, but luckily it only was fireworks. Beyond that, we'd heard a flashbang a couple of hours earlier from that point. But now that this yellow police tape is up, they're just kind of monitoring it and able to move around a little bit more freely and talk to people who are on the other side of the tape here. We have seen a few people coming by, not many, even to check out what's going on. We haven't seen any looky-loos, people coming by with cameras or taking pictures or anything, but we have had some neighbors come by saying that they are grateful the officers are here, that they are grateful this tense situation, the violence that they have seen over the last couple of days seems to now be over. Lamar, one of those neighbors, here's what he had to say about people who live in this area.
For some of the people who literally live in buildings like the Packard building right here, I don't know how they dealt with it. Not to mention people were shooting off fireworks in Cal Anderson Park several times, including last night.
So that was the concern for a lot of people, not knowing the difference between gunfire and fireworks over the last couple of nights. And many of them coming by saying that they are relieved to see that the CHOP is being dismantled itself as a place. The idea, of course, having merit and the message and the movement they are supporting, and that is what we've also have seen from the city crews here as they've been dismantling a lot of the tents that are in front of the precinct. Got to tell you, they've been working really fast. They have some heavy equipment up there that you can see, some of those front loaders and dozers and forklifts too. They're going to have everything cleared out here pretty quickly, at least the big pieces, and then the smaller pieces, again, some of those considered artwork by a lot of the people who've been up here for the last couple of weeks. Those have been loaded onto trucks, and those cones now up around that Black Lives mural that was painted between 10th and 11th here on Pine. So these officers here, now that the yellow tape is up, you can see that there actually are several layers of things to block people from moving forward from this point. How the road is going to reopen, when the road is going to be reopened, we haven't heard, but we have yellow police tape here. Then we have a line of officers. Then we have several cars and those cones, and then we can see those concrete barriers that are still up outside the precinct as well. So again, officers here talking to people who are on the other side of the yellow police line tape. But this is what we've been seeing mostly from this point here, is just conversations back and forth.
Yeah, it's remaining peaceful, at least in your area along Broadway and Pine there. And speaking of the dismantling of those tents, Holly, you've been watching the situation happening at Cal Anderson Park. Quite a big presence up there.
Yeah, quite a big presence. And Ryan, really the question is now, what comes next after city workers clear out that shop zone in East Precinct? Are they coming over here to clear out Cal Anderson Park? Because right now it kind of feels like we're in a holding pattern at Cal Anderson Park. Just moments ago on the live channel, we did see a group of Seattle police officers gathered just to the side of this tent. They gathered, they seemed to have a meeting, and then they pretty much dispersed. We've seen a couple officers get into their vehicles and take off. A couple more, as you're seeing on the live channel right now, starting to leave Cal Anderson Park as well. We know that the park is temporarily closed. We saw a city worker put up that park closed sign. It is in place. We also know, too, that there is caution tape surrounding at least the north end of Cal Anderson Park, so nobody allowed to go into that area. We see this one lone tent right here that's really that we've seen quite a bit this morning that's filled essentially with trash. So there's going to be a lot of cleanup to do in Cal Anderson Park. Another tent to the side right here. And there are tents throughout the park. This is just the one we have our eye on right now by this live look. There's another Seattle police vehicle. It appears to be leaving. Seattle police had set up a perimeter around the park. And again, we know that there is caution tape in place. But I just wonder, when is it that crews come over here and start cleaning up the park? Because there is a lot of debris. And we did see quite a bit of that debris on the edge of the park in some places near where that caution tape is. But we're certainly seeing it calm down a little bit. We did see at least one arrest here this morning, but Seattle police officers, at least in this area, seem to be leaving. We can't speak for the entire park. We just can't see all of that.
And you've mentioned that it's kind of calmed down, and I think that's something, they have their perimeter set, other than a couple of people who are trying to interact with police there. Right now, the main goal is cleanup, and we can already see there's been a big change here. Just recently, for that, we've actually seen a great shot from Como's Matt Markovich. And Matt, they're already to the sweeping point.
Yeah, they, again, like you've been saying, quick work. And they are almost done here on the north side of the precinct. I'm hearing it's almost the same on the east side of the precinct. And then I'm assuming they'll be removing the barricades. But they're also removing other stuff. I'm going to go down over here and show you a view. They're starting to take down the signs and all the artwork and what remains of along the perimeter of the Cal Anderson Park here, including the poor guy with a hot dog stand. Where is he? This guy's been here almost the entire time, and now they're dismantling his hot dog stand. He probably doesn't even know that what's happening here. He leaves it here overnight. But at least I'm hoping they're not going to take it and put it in the garbage. But again, they are doing their they're very methodical about this. We're still waiting to hear if they're going to open up the roads and remove all these cement barricades. We've been told by police to limit our passage to just this area of the sidewalk here, right by the East Precinct. Again, officers have been going in and out of the precinct, but they have not occupied it, as you would say, like we're moving back in. They've been showing no evidence of that. But that's the scene as I see it right now, guys.
And Matt, I mean, safe to say the East Precinct is now secured, though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, East Precinct is secured. CHOP is no more. The perimeter has been established. The protesters are not in this zone unless they're in apartments. You know, there's people actually living here. The businesses all around here are closed at this moment. They haven't opened because of what's happened. But the police tell us they're allowing people who have business in the area who live here and do business. They're allowing them to walk in with a police escort. They're just not wandering in. There's nobody wandering around by themselves unless you have a police escort or you're a member of a city crew with an orange shirt or a green shirt. So they're limiting access even inside the CHOP on where you can go. That's why I'm actually pinned down in this position here right by the East Precinct and been told I cannot leave here.
All right, Matt, we probably just have a couple minutes left here. So for anyone who is joining us today and they're looking ahead to what happens next, what are the main takeaways that you would say people need to keep eyes on through KOMO's continuing coverage this afternoon into this evening?
It's going to be access to the CHOP, given that the order for the mayor says this can go on for 10 days. I have a perimeter. I should not say access to the CHOP, but access to this area of Capitol Hill around the East Precinct. And two things to watch for is if there's going to be an organic barricade at one of where the police are actually blocking one of the streets where the protesters will converge and be there once again and reestablish their protest. That's one thing to look for. And it's also just, you know, the police have plans to move back in. When they're going to be operating out of here to improve their call times and everything else, we don't know. And then the third thing really is a response from the mayor. She sent out a proclamation. She ordered this cleanup. We're still unclear as to who ordered the actual precinct to be abandoned 3 weeks ago, which precipitated all this. So she's claiming clearly that she gave the order for the cleanup. We still don't know who gave the order for the precinct to be abandoned.
We will keep eyes on that throughout today. Matt, thank you so much for that view down there on the ground throughout this entire morning. We just got an update from Seattle Police. They say as of 9:25, just 5 minutes ago, officers have made a total of 31 arrests for failure to disperse, obstruction, assault, and unlawful weapon possession. Police say they will continue to provide perimeter security for city crews that are offering services and performing environmental cleanups. But just in 4.5 hours this morning, there was CHOP. CHOP is no more. The East Precinct now back in the hands of Seattle Police after roughly 3 weeks.
Yeah, in the words of Matt Markovich, the East Precinct is secured. The CHOP zone is now over. We want to thank you for joining us this morning for breaking live coverage as Seattle Police Department moved into the CHOP zone, expanded that perimeter, and cleared out some of the protesters. This happening all within the matter of 4.5 hours. But this has been going on for at least a month with all those protesters in that area.
It has indeed. We will have complete coverage right here on KOMO News throughout the day, including on our website at KOMOnews.com. We will be back here live on air coming up at 11 a.m. with the very latest as we have our KOMO crews throughout the area getting what this means as we look ahead forward today. Thank you for joining us. We'll return you to your regular programming.